All right, so while some stuff still works, I need to go through the Stream Deck stuff and get everything to work because there's still an IP issue with the Node-RED control of lights. So let me do that, and then I can set up all my cameras and lights and stuff once I'm done. Part of it is going to be going through the multi-actions. So let's just start at the beginning. What do we have here? Scenes, overlay setup, focuses, those still work. Hardware info, that doesn't matter. And those are scenes. So all that stuff is okay. Scene switching, none of that stuff involves Node-RED. It's the lights that in the setup category. So the face procedure, we'll start with that. Webcam setting, webcam setting, webcam setting, multi-action delay, bar rater, AP Ninja, FPS max. That's pointing towards the wrong machine. Needs to go to 220. So any of the bar rater Ninja stuff needs to go to 220. And then I'll have all my full setup available to me, where I've got automated actions that get these webcams into a good place. That's how it works, man. All right, we're done with that. Next. This one, we're listening to DJ every day. If you're on, did we start all? Yeah, okay, I need to pop out YouTube. I'll do that in just a sec. Go here, change it to 220. I did this with my other machine and got everything up and running. It was tough getting Mosquito working in dockage when you don't know anything about anything. You don't know nothing about nothing. All right, let's see. So Twitch is over here. That title is in there, and that got cut and pasted into YouTube. YouTube is over here. I hit reload, and it pops that up. So there's that, and now I need to pop this out. Anybody say anything in here? Nope. Nobody expects bother to stream. That would be crazy. Now, why is that in light mode? Oh, because did I pop out the... That's moderator. No, that's correct. And then this one is not moderator. I have moderator in a different window for that one. So that goes there. This goes here. I really should like figure out tiling these windows so that they're all up at once. Why am I added? Who's adding me? In my own channel. A block diagram for the M-303. I already have everything. I think that's TV. Oh, no, it isn't. Well, it's the same. But being reminded. I'm doing today. There, okay, get that out of the way then. We'll come back to that. That block diagram is actually going to be useful today. Usually it's like, I already know everything. I know what I'm doing. But but in this case, it's like my knee-jerk reaction to help. I don't need your help. I'm an island. All right, and there's moderation for YouTube, and now we can get back to what we were doing, which was getting these things all set up. So we did that one, we do this one, go here, we change the IP address, because now all this stuff is on my file server instead of on a Raspberry Pi. I don't trust those memory cards. I've had them go bad on me before. Just takes one, but now they're on a RAID Z machine. I like DJ every day. He does kind of techno-y stuff. This is fun to listen to. You kind of like at first with the techno, it's tough. Techno is tough because you kind of hate it at first. You don't really like it very much. It's kind of a little too thumpy. But if you're at a party, like an event, and somebody's doing techno, you kind of start tapping your foot to it, and you're kind of like, this is kind of fun. I can dance to this. And then you're not really paying attention to the music and you go, you know what? This is pretty cool. I'm having a lot of fun. And then you're like, I can't stop dancing to this. And then you get techno. You get what techno is. It's music to put you into a trance. Ooh, what just happened? Toggle. And then 2209 is 2.220. These are hard to edit. The text insert stuff is not really good. It's kind of like the Amazon search bar, where if you click it wrong, it'll highlight weird, and then you end up typing something you didn't want. I wonder if they do that purposely to muddle your search abilities. Probably not. There's so much psychology that goes into the design of something like that, though. A UI for a major website. Okay, all those are updated. Those are my manually controlled lights. I should be able to hit this button, and all of my stream lights... Hey, what's up, Hairbothan? It's funny, we have a Hairbrain and a Hairbothan. You guys aren't related, are you? Let's see. I hit the lights toggle button. Ah, there it is. Everything turns on. Haha. And now this camera is currently autofocusing, which is illegal. Autofocus is illegal. It should be auto... Come on. I thought it was autofocusing, but all the color corrections are not in, so I look like I am positively glowing, but I should not be glowing. I am not being exposed to radiation here, aside from solar. So if I hit face procedure... Boom, a bunch of stuff happens, and the camera is now calibrated. Howdy doody. All right. Burn the subs. Currently on the 3D printer, so it's going to be kind of dark. I do need to add a light to the 3D printer, a production light to it. But I don't think we're not really going to be using the printer today, so I don't really need that camera. That's the microscope. That's going to do its little due diligence. Do its little due diligence. I actually like the way it was set up before. I'll close the physical aperture a little bit, and then this should be fast. Good enough. And then finally this one. That'll freeze, it'll go to a weird setting, and then it'll settle in to a good setting where everything looks nice. How about that? What's up, Poopsie Doodle? All right, so there we're all set. I got parts in the mail. I got the proper transistor, which I think on this one, on the user... Not Dave's. Dave's is fucked, and I need to find that chip for it. So we'll do a little searching and see where the best place to buy it is. But then because I'm ordering like a couple chips. So do I want to go through DigiKey? It's only a couple chips. Oh boy. Okay. So at some point, I don't know if my AutoCAD license has been updated yet either. So we'll have to look into that at some point and see what's going on there. Hooray for transistors, yeah. One singular part and a 5-hour stream. I don't think it's gonna cut it. But we can I guess get to the bottom of Dave's. I feel so bad about Dave's thing because it's like we've been working on it for so long and it took me so little time to fix this one. But then when we injected a signal into this, it was super loud. I think the transistor's at fault. I think it's that transistor. That's not it's like a higher voltage, so maybe it doesn't respond quite as snappily. It doesn't have that like wider range within the gain. Maybe. It stands to reason. Look at that, look at that. See, when I go to my face cam, this turns off. All that is due to where is that? Oh, I closed Node Red. Hold on, Node. And the port is 1880, 2220, there it is. So this is on my file server now. This is. And what happens is an HTML request will either come from a device or it'll go through OBS and get filtered through and become a command that the lights will respond to. Do I have to do anything with this? No, that didn't need a... This one, I think, got the password. Oh, no, this doesn't need it either. The OBS instance, I guess, connects with this one. No, get Stream Deck device command. Oh, yeah, they're connected to that OBS instance, and I had to give that OBS instance the password, so... I'm excited to see what you come up with today. I don't know if we're going to be doing a lot of figuring out. I think we're going to replace a transistor and then look for a part and move on from there, move on to something else. Because like, I got to order the part, and it's going to take a while for it to get here. So push comes to shove, we can work on maybe like the power supply board or something. I need to change the power supply board over to use these gauges. These aren't particularly crazy nice gauges. They're cheap. They're not old. They're new. So they're not very good, but I need to redesign this front panel to use them because the only time that we see a milliamp rating from these things is when it's oversaturated, which is not a good scene. It's not a good scene. So we won't be able to measure in multiple amps, but then, like, this thing, none of these modules should be consuming over an amp. So if it gets up to an amp, you know something's wrong. Oh, it's so nice to have my setup working again, even though it's a whole bunch of spaghetti mess. I'll need to connect some new stuff to the setup as well. But now that we've done all of that sorting out, we're back to square one. I can start a new flow, and that can be our Twitch interactivity. So I can add Twitch into the mix, and we'll be able to give you guys control of switches. I'll be able to give you guys give myself some means by which to take in usernames and then filter them and then put them out to devices like burn the subs. That's the step that I've been wanting to do, and BrinkGG has been extremely helpful with that whole thing. I had LebTV and Fatanon helping me earlier today in my stream project section with like the Linux proclivities, but BrinkGG has really been heading the charge to help me get all of that stuff off of Node-RED on a Raspberry Pi and onto Node-RED on my file server. So now my file server is running an instance of what's called Dockage, and Dockage can go down to the right port, the low port that apparently they weren't supposed to use, but it can do that, and then we can now have all of that stuff functioning again. It was this whole thing about running Mosquito in Dockage. Mosquito gets all the HTTP requests and sort of brokers them around. I don't know why that's necessary, but it is. I don't know why these things exist or why they work the way that they do, but apparently that's what I use. So I will need to then make something from Node-RED that'll send an HTTP request to Mosquito, and the Mosquito sends the request over to whatever device I deploy. What's up, Leb? Yeah, Leb and Fatanon and BrinkGG. Big help, big help. Do you go by, wait, do you have something that's sniffing the audio for when I say your name? If you're pulling over an amp, something is wrong. Yeah, it's like, for stuff like audio stuff, none of these devices should be pulling a lot of current. And if they are, maybe it's for like a display, but only chat, not audio. Okay, well, I didn't add anything to chat. I'm wondering how, so Leb, we probably talked about this already, but there was an instance where I quoted a TV commercial from a while ago, office linebacker Terry Tate, right? And so I quoted the Terry Tate line, one of the famous ones, because that's just part of my vernacular, because my friend and I used to do that all the time when the commercials were actually on TV, and somebody with an account that was like Terry Tate office linebacker showed up in chat. And I'm like, how does that work? They must have something that's scraping the subtitle system of Twitch to look for a specific phrase, because that was uncanny. You know, nobody's watching me. Nobody's watching me. I got one viewer on YouTube. 18 currently. But like, who's doing? Is that a thing? Can you do that? I should search for my name. Dead internet theory? Yeah, I don't actually exist. I'm just a bot interacting with the rest of you guys. If you don't know, I am fully AI. It's possible? Okay, I thought you might have insight into those systems. What's up, NanoCat? How you doing? We are all bots, yeah. Scraping Twitch is not hard according to the coding streamers I have a parasocial relationship with. I see. We will be doing coding eventually. I need to figure out what I want to use in order to run Twitch through Node-RED. If we can get Twitch through Node-RED, I don't think I want to do anything with chat, because that's toxic. But if I get subs and channel point redemptions in here, and there's a couple nodes that I can import to do that. Right now, I just now got the lights working, and so that was BrinkGG and Leb and Fatanon coaching me through the process of sort of getting Dockage working and then Mosquito so that it all runs through my TrueNAS system. And that way I've got multiple hard drives. I know people who can help you. I don't want to scrape Twitch for audio. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. AI is scary enough as it is. Yeah, not much to talk about. I've been trying to get the 3D printer back online. The Goop 3D printer had a scratch on the bed, so I had to replace the bed plastic, and that scratch was causing all kinds of weird errors where stuff would like collapse. So now there's goop on the screen protector, and I may have to change out the screen protector. And in order to change out the bed, you have this nasty puzzle of about 5,000 bolts. They're countersunk hex bolts, which is just so obnoxious. I really wish I could convert them over to I wish I could convert them over to be Torx, because Torx is so much better at that kind of job of not stripping and allowing you to change things. But they're not Torx bits. They are nickel-plated, cheapo, countersunk, metric bolts. AI is scary now. Wait until they start putting those IED drone FPV drones into Ukraine's use. There's like a drone specifically made. Yeah, that's kind of a little creepy. Specifically made to be an IED. It's okay. All right. I guess that's where we're going technologically. Can't trust anything. You know, drones were toys until recently. Anyway, so yeah, the bolts were crap, and so one of them stripped as I was getting them out, and so I had to drill out the bolt. Luckily, countersunk bolts are pretty easy to drill out. You just kind of go to the size of the threads, and it's just bleh, like a straight shot down, and then the whole thing pops off. And then you take pliers and get rid of the threads that are stuck in. But with the stripped bolt, I had to order new ones. So I ordered stronger, better bolts, and then I got them in the mail, and they measured them wrong, so it's the wrong length. And so I had to work within their system to get the right length. Those will hopefully get here today. Until then, my 3D printer is just sitting. The UV 3D printer that I was going to fix my car with and try to get a good top speed. Using self-navigating drones? That's creepy. That's crazy. It's crazy. Creepy crazy. I want to look at this block diagram. I want to look at this block diagram for the M-303. Where'd Discord go? Discord. There it is. I think I ran into this before. I think it's just a copy-paste of the TB303 block diagram. Let's just see. Yeah, I think it's a cut paste to the TB303. It's even in the printed paper style. Yeah, February 19th, 1982. Yeah, that's just I hate having to do Discord messages and right. Check that out. Did you see that? Look, I'm going to go over to this camera. Light turns on. You go over to this camera. Light turns off. It works. It's so Acid Labs copied the TB303 and they wanted it to function the same, but they needed to update certain parts of it in order to make it modular and in order to make it so that you can buy parts for it. And so they've updated the parts, and they've updated the schematic, and they've updated everything but the flow of it. But even this is severely outdated because they have other connections in there where you can do like a filter in or a VCO in on the modular synthesizer front. So it's we know that this is how this thing works, but we need to get deeper into it for Dave's because I blew stuff up that I didn't know anything about. I hope we can fix Dave's. I think the one part that I need to get is this switch piece, and then we've got the problem where it's not making enough noise. And I think the volume problem could either be this transistor that we're going to replace today, or it could maybe be the operational amplifiers at the end of everything might just not be functioning in the way that they should be and need to be replaced. If it's not those things, I don't know what it is, but there's not much else to this. Like a gating issue. Yeah, I mean, if the op amp is damaged, maybe it lost some gain. If the gate was fully closed, then it will make no noise. The part that I'm talking about is a digitally operated switch, and it's there to put in a capacitor and some other stuff, but I think it's also part of gate control. I think that's part of the gate control, so that chip. But I haven't fully realized the schematic yet because the Fusion 360 copy has been up and down, and we decided to make a module testing module. I'm skipping over the module testing module by using the crimes and ornamentation, but crimes and ornamentation isn't exactly giving me the right stuff to do module testing. So this project is still on the table. I was skipping gears a little bit in order to make sure that we keep up like a variety of tasks on the show. That's really the reason why we're jumping around. I want to keep up a variety of tasks, and with people coming from Blue Sky, if anybody's interested, you know, I made a Blue Sky account and I made the jump over to it because Twitter's shit now. It sucks. It's really bad. It's really bad without all the tech people there. There was a big tech exodus, and so it was only shit posters on my timeline, and I'm like, nope, we're done. Close it. I'm done. I don't need any of this stuff. And so I went to Blue Sky, and Blue Sky, you're like, woo, dopamine, and you're just browsing people's like personal little projects and not hearing a fucking thing from celebrities. It's so nice. Shut up, celebrities and people who are more popular than me. I want to see what like normal people are doing. Whew. So yeah, it's been a bit of a relief, although I certainly don't need the time sink of browsing social media sites. Yeah, so there's a couple things that we can get to today. I'm still too scared to boot up my copy of Fusion 360, so I don't give a shit what celebrities have to say or do. I know, and it's plastered all over this stupid website. How did we get there? Oh man, I quit Twitter in 0809. I never really committed to Twitter. It's just that I need a social media presence because I'm a content creator. In order to get people in, you know, butts in chairs, I need to actually be on one of these things, and Twitter is just something that I can throw up on my phone or just barf on and tell people what's going on. But switching to Blue Sky, I think, is a lot better because now that there's a much better network of electronics content creators, and there might be chances of collaboration and stuff like that. There's some cool things going on. I hate it. I don't want to get Facebook. I don't want to get any other, like, I hate having Twitter. I hate it. I avoid, because back in the day, Twitter was for like, if you want to make a bot that tells the internet every time you sit down in a chair, you would have it tweet that because it's a nice short little message protocol and you could just throw stuff over to it. And so you had the fart chair where every time you fart in it, it tweets, I farted in my chair. Like that was what Twitter was. And I never came up with projects that I would want a Twitter account for. And then it became a celebrity, like a finger on the pulse of what celebrities were doing. So celebrities were tweeting, I farted, and you're like, haha, that's so relatable. Celebrities fart too. You don't hear about that in the tabloids. And so then it became super popular, and then governments started using it. And governments started tweeting, and they started saying, flood warning in our area. And you're like, that's not a fart. What's going on here? Why are they tweeting about a flood? And this isn't a news site. Yeah, and then it became propaganda. And it's like, what's going on over there, Twitter? What are you doing? So, yeah, then it got bought. But that's just my observation from way out here on the outside. No, wait, what part was... Oh, no, that part's dead, yeah. Because, yeah, this one was loud when we injected a signal into it. This one has been quiet. So if I replace just the transistor on this one, we'll see if this one gets loud again. And if it's still quiet, we can replace that transconductance amplifier, the VCA stage. It's this. That's not what I was trying to. That's not what I was trying to. Okay, there. The VCA stage there is done in one singular chip. So the one chip we can replace will replace this transconductance amplifier. Does it say what transistors are used? So we have a document that is from, oh God, where is this? Where did that go? What tab? We have a document that is from Acid Labs. Acid Labs got so annoyed that people were plugging these things in wrong, which is not hard to do, that they made a document detailing the part. This is basically the engineer's document. He had to do this so many times. He said, you got to replace these 4 parts, and you got to replace all of them at once, or else some of them will break the others that are broken. This is what breaks when you plug it in backwards. You know, one Schottky diode could have saved us a whole bunch of trouble here, but nope, here we are, having to replace these things. And it's been vexing because with Dave's M303, I plugged the 2 boards in upside down, and so I killed more stuff. So Dave's is like super broken, and it's my fault. But the one that was sent in had the opportunity to have all these parts replaced at once. Q25, the BC847, we had a BC14 something that was close, equivalent close, but our waves ended up being a little bit lower than they should. So maybe that's the fault, or maybe it's down here. Maybe this N42 gets harmed a little bit more than we thought. So we got to figure out which one it is that we're replacing. That or the final stage amplifier is damaged, which is M3, which is a TL072. My grandma uses Twitter, and it warped her mind. She believes all the AI garbage throws at her. Oh, it's so bad. And Facebook became that too. Why are the billionaires buying all news media and turning it into slop? Transistors between one another can be wildly different. Well, yeah, and I don't know why they didn't use the super matched ones in this job. I'm trying to remember what that specific transistor, where it falls in the grand scheme of things. I think it's part of the whole cluster of, here, we can open up, oh shit, storage space, hold on. We gotta move the recordings. One sec, let me just get this stuff out of the way. The computer has not been restarted in like a month. It's a lot of Arduino windows. Recording. This one? No, there it is. Oh, and amount of insulin. Everything hits at once. Oh my God. So it is the 24th. So we'll take all these and we'll cut them. All the while this beeper's going off. And we'll put them into storage 5. I probably should have done this in... How much space is there left? This is going to take a little while for it to transfer. I think 17 minutes of video might be too big. So hold on, let's cancel this. And I got to go back to the directory. Sorry about the beeping. That's just what I do sometimes. I'm going to take, let's take the 12 gigabyte stream. Actually, we'll take 2. Take these 2, cut them, and put them into storage 5. Oh my God, we've got techno going on. I'm beeping. I need to stop my pump. Hold on. Stop the pump. Mute. Click OK. Dash. Pump management. Deactivate the pod. Next. And that will make one little pleasant beep at me. Okay, there we go. I'm used to the beeping because my girlfriend is a pump in type 1. I am... there's beep fatigue. There's indicator fatigue that affects a lot of diabetics, and I'm certainly one of them, where I absolutely loathe beeping sounds. I hate them. Multimeter beep is one of the big offenders, because throughout my entire life, I have had to, yeah, Poopsie Doodle suffers from beep. It's perfectly reasonable. But, like, beep rage is ridiculous. It just fills me with hatred, because I have to listen to beeps, and so frivolous beeps are the enemy. By the way, I don't squanch away from actually doing the diabetes stuff on stream. Secretly, I wish for Twitch to ban me for doing this, because I am an ADA protected class. Both ADHD and type 1 diabetes are a disability. I gotta go to get another bottle of insulin. Son of a bitch. Hold on. Overlays. I'm a professional. All right. Put that away. Let's do this. This is that cheap stuff. It's insulin asphalt. Yeah, it's going in a pump, so it's going to be delivered throughout the day. So it's definitely not long acting. If you want to know, stupid booklets. If you want to know, I'll give you all the information. There you go. See? That's what it is. That's the insulin. Here's the structure of it. Looks like that. I guess I tore some of the instructions here. Insulin asphalt. Yeah, there it is. Now, how do I operate this thing? That actually crumples up to be much larger than it was inside of this bin. All that stuff in the garbage. All right, let's get insulin into my body. I just ate lunch, so I need it. I needs it. Can't dawdle. At least this stuff will be a little stronger because it hasn't been sitting out. Got bubbles. I got little bubbles in there. Here, right. Little bubbles. Ooh, maybe this will be my thumbnail. Did the price of Novo fall? I'm not sure what's going on with that. They're able to delay the price changes. This one was $30 a bottle insulin, which is why my insurance company, which is obviously my doctor and not some third party acting like my doctor, put this on their formularies because it was cheap. I don't have any of those novel, crazy, super duper insulins. Activate pod. Fill pod. Oh, fill my pod, yeah. That in combination with the music is a bit much. Got a double beep from that guy. Keep filling, asshole. All right, that's 200 units. I wish these things were 300 units, but since everyone is corrupt and everyone hates diabetics, we don't get to have nice things like 300 units per pod. We get 200 because they say, oh, we can't fit any more than that. But nothing about the mechanism limits them in that manner. They could definitely put 300 units in a pod, you freaking bastards. Fucking assholes, man. It just bugs me so much. Like, every other pump is 300 units. And it's kind of a special case that somebody uses less insulin. I happen to use just an absolute crapload of insulin because I'm a giant, pudgy human being. So this thing is searching for Bluetooth. You can get the old one off. Yeah. That was on my arm. It was easy to get to. Basically inside of this thing, and we've taken one of these apart before. It was actually a pretty fun stream. Maybe we'll do it again sometime. But there's basically a length of memory wire that goes around, actually it goes around this area here. Length of memory wire that goes around this area here. And it pulls on a piece of metal that pivots on this point right there. So that little piece of metal goes back and forth. And it's got two little forks that you can see. Oops, It's got two little forks that you can see from underneath right there. And those little forks push forward these gears. and those gears turn a barrel that advances a plunger into a reservoir. The reservoir is connected to a huge spring arm that is able to inject and leave behind a little plastic tube. So this thing's clicking. I'm going to put it on my arm. What's that? I love the warnings that are on medications. The side effect may cause death. Actually, one of the coolest menu items that I've ever seen in an app is on this Android APS. Because, hold on, let me just get this thing on. That menu item basically says, I'm about to harm you. It says, I'm about to just straight up stab you with a needle. That's pretty unique for an application to have a warning that says, hey, I'm about to stab you. Is this thing on funny? That looks weird. Yeah, it's just a little wrinkle. Okay, that'll be okay. A medication that was recently reduced in half, but still to pay $45 per month. Yeah, we used to have to pay $80 per 3 months for like 8 bottles. But the prices have gone exponentially up. So here we have, it's done priming. Attach the pod to your body. And here's that cool warning. When you press OK, the cannula will be inserted. Make sure that you've started the pod. Blah, blah, blah. Put the pod on the infusion site. So when I hit OK on that menu, there's going to be a remote Bluetooth signal that goes to this pump. And this pump is then going to inject a blue tube underneath my skin. I'm going to try to get this real close on camera. Yes, it has an actual needle that is going to poke me. So I want you guys to look inside that little tan window, and I'm going to have to get the focus control. Hold on. It's in kind of an awkward spot. Maybe I can just move the camera over to it. If I could get everything on camera, that would be great. No, it's like way on the back of my arm, so it's actually pretty awkward. Now this is pod racing. Damn it. I put it in an awkward place to capture this. All right, so what you guys are watching is that the little gray bubble in the front of the pod, right? Let's see if I can do this. So hit OK. And now it's going to click 5 times. Here we go. Ready? 3, 2, 1. There it is. That was it. You saw the little blue tube. And now that's under my skin. And that's going to deliver like a little troglodyte. It's like a little isopod. It's going to replace my pancreas. How crazy is that? So I have an app that I click OK on, and it injects a needle into my body. How dystopian is that? That's the tortilla that I had a lettuce wrap with. Music today is DJ Everyday. He does techno sets for the PEX crew, which is the Philadelphia Experiment. I don't know what they're doing these days. I need to catch up with them. So that app, because it's a third party that made the app, can aggressively control my diabetes, and it also uploads my entire history to the internet. And so there's a website that even you can go to that just has all of my glucose information. Oop, why did that? Yeah, there it is. That just has all of this information on it. So when I die, you guys can open up this website and see what happens to a diabetic's glucose as they start to go into decomposition. It's a crazy thing to think, but it's what was it again? It was CGM Databot, cgmdatabot.herokuapp.com. And you don't need oh, what happened there? cgmdatabot.herokuapp.com. HTTPS cgmdatabot.heroku. No www. CGM Databot is apparently the www. I thought I was making something that was like generic. I thought it was just going to be like a private thing. Yeah, I could do that. Is there a BG command? I'm going to make a BG command. So we're going to do adcom BG https:// cgmdatabot.herokuapp.com. I spend $5 a month for that. There you go. Now you guys can just open it up as you see fit. You need like a special password in order to get in, and it's like a pretty secure thing, so I don't mind sharing it. I share it with my doctor. It's public information. Only thing is, you guys are not allowed to make commentary based on the blood glucose level. Because I'll ban you for stuff like that, because it's pretty goddamn rude. So just keep that in mind. What's up, Wonky Robot? We were moving files. I need to do the big file move because everything filled up. Oh, and also, let me just do one of these. What if I was going to say you're doing great? I would verbally accost you. So let's do shout out flatulent gonad. Or is it's slash, isn't it? Is it slash SO or shout out? Full shout out, full shout out. Boom. Oh, shout out, and then, damn it, flatulent gonad. There we go. We'll just give him a quick little shout out. Okay, so now let's go back to file transfer land. I need to go to my desktop. I'm gonna be really careful about which folder that I open up here. No. Where is that? There it is. And then we take everyone but today. Today is the 24th? 24. Where's 24 on here? Date modified. Okay, there we go. Wait, where did that screenshot come from? Get these, we cut them, and then we put them onto a physical platter drive. Paste. Okay, there we go. So I got my lights working again. I went in and I did all the stuff with the things, and Brink GG helped me massively in that front. God, there's so many clicking noises coming from right over here. I think this thing is fairly mad at me that I ate lunch. But it should be aware of how much insulin's already in my system. So it's doing these little miniature boluses, which is a lot closer to how that pancreas actually works. Which means you actually respond to it much better, which I don't respond well to insulin. I've got a lot of body mass on me. I'm hoping to solve that problem soon. I can't take Ozempic or anything like that. I'm already on Jardiance, and that pretty much halves the amount of insulin that I need to take in. But I'm a big boy, and I need to not be. So I don't know what I can do in order to reduce that, but I'm taking steps. Part of it is actually scrubbing my blood. My girlfriend takes Ozempic, and it works really well. Well, I can't take it, so great follow-up to that comment from me about praising it, because I can't do anything. It's also freaking really expensive, so I don't think the health plan that I'm on would support it. But that would be nice. But I have all the stuff that I need in order to get this done. My problem is I don't make testosterone, and I don't build muscle kind of like normal people build muscle. I should. And also, it interrupts my sleep habit. It doesn't have me sleeping as well. And then all that kind of snowballs into weight gain. So, you know, I've been walking the dog. I've been doing all kinds of stuff to stay active. But I think the big thing is scrubbing my blood and then killing all of my terrible habits and trying to get back into being a good little boy and losing weight again. So I'm starting to make waves on that one. Yeah. The hospital scale is not kind to me. Exact opposite problem. I can't gain weight. Must be nice. Must be nice. But my current activation of satiation in my stomach is such that I need to eat so much that it hurts. One of the big pieces of advice that I've had kind of get into my brain is that you got to wait 20 minutes. Yeah, you're both stick figures. You go have a stick figure lunch or something. Yeah, you need to eat and then wait, because your body will eventually catch up and go, oh, you're fine. You don't need to eat anything else. I'm built like a kebab. Flour on the outside, meaty goodness on the inside, and a little bit of yogurt. What does that mean? Wait a minute, what the fuck? What do you mean you're built? All right. Twigs and a few blobs of meat. He's built like a banh mi. What's the line? There's a line from G.I. Joe, and I never watched much G.I. As a kid, I did. And then when we got into college, a friend of mine downloaded it all and was watching it. And one of the best quotes is, "That man is the constitution of a vending machine." It was something that we just quoted to each other all the time. I'm like 90% pizza, so cheese and grease. Only thing I can do to gain weight is to work out. Interesting. I don't know. You guys are on the blessed side of this problem. I'm on the cursed side, the one where everybody thinks you're a dumbass and you're lazy. Look at that fat ass over there. I hate him. And I hope he trips on something and hurts himself because he's fat. We get no respect, man. Ooh, this is good. Moving the fan's good. I'm actually drying off now. All right, so I've got my insulin pump. I've got all of my Node-RED stuff working. I think I'm ready to stream, question mark, as he inflects upwards on the last part of what he's saying. The transfer is going to take like 17 minutes, but we cleared 2 of the files out, so that should open up enough space on the tiny platter drive. See, what happens is I record onto the local drive just in case I lose power or something, and so it can cut off the file like just as power's going out, and I lose very little data because it's written live to the platter drive or the SSD that's nearby, but then we transfer that over to a giant platter drive every now and then, and those go into my archives. I published VODs from those drives into the archives for a while. I still have some to go, but then all of the stuff that's taken up is now on the YouTube Live section. So, what transistor did you replace Q25 with? It was a BC... Hold on. Transistors. Right in the front of the transistor sample book. That's the wrong one. Did I drag and drop? Yeah, I think I dragged and dropped. Face, spring arm. I think, I don't know, they're not in the right order. So the BC847 we replaced with the BC817, and numbering can vary greatly in manufacturers. You can have something that's off by a number and be a completely different part. So it's a little bit of a Hail Mary that we would be able to put this part in and have something that was relatively equivalent. We looked up both part numbers, and from what we could see, they were kind of the same, but the gain might be a little bit different on the 2 different transistors. And I guess I could open up Fusion Eagle and see what my license is these days. It's probably not a good scene. Maybe I'll do that after stream today, is open it up. We have cool stuff to do tomorrow, though. We're gonna work on something totally different tomorrow. I want to see how something works. So. This is gonna take a little bit. Well, it's not slowing us down, at least from what I can see. Just be total silence on the YouTube channel if I stop talking, but I like this. I like these songs. I like this music. It's probably all super duper copyrighted, but yet nobody's listened to any of the tracks in like 10 years. I'll get copyright. It's like a Dawn of the Dead situation. There's no more room in hell, so the dead will be rising from their graves. That's essentially what happens when I use this music. YouTube, some computer deep in the back dark rooms of YouTube fires up and it goes bleep bloop. Somebody is using this song that nobody has listened to for 10 years. And then it sends me a goddamn email. Can you set it up to just play Canyon32.mid on repeat for YouTube? I don't think I want that in my VODs. I know, if I can get like ambient weird techno noises is what I was trying to go for with the synthesizer, but that has been such an uphill battle over the past couple months, year of working on synthesizer stuff. It's been fun. It's been a lot of good content. but I'm not getting much out of it in the end. I spent a lot of money on that stuff, and I've learned a lot. But yeah, we're still going with it. We're still going with it. We need to refocus back on burn the subs though. At some point, I got to cut that off and do that. But Julian has been breathing down my neck to get back into the shop and do stuff, and so we've been kind of discussing projects and things. So I was gonna have him order. He wants some more compact marbles because I think he really likes marbles, but he only likes half of marbles. He doesn't want the other half of marbles. Honestly, you put that mill back there in operation. We do a lot of stuff with the mill, but it has to come up kind of organically. And my DRO is broken currently. So the next thing to happen with the mill is I need to take it apart. I never took it apart. I've never taken it apart. I've never balanced and done the shaving on stuff that needs to be shaved. All my machine surfaces are all just a little trapezoidal, and none of the rails have been like tuned to slide properly. So what we need to do is tear this thing down to its bones, re-grease everything, and put it all back together properly, and look up how to do it, because I don't know how to do it. I've learned a lot about machining having a mill. It's a drill press that has an XY table, let's be honest. The Sieg X3 is not wowing any machinists out there, but it is nice for like little aluminum things. Like I'm not doing like steel at 1 billion miles an hour with the thing. I'm doing aluminum, I'm doing brass, which is fine. If you're doing like electronic stuff, it's perfectly great. But I've never tuned it, so I don't trust a lot of the stuff that's happening there. So might as well put some steppers in there and make a CNC. I was thinking about that, but once you do that, you lose all manual control. You forfeit. You forfeit any right to say you machined something, and you just say, I programmed this. Because these would do great. These motors that I made would do great. These servos, actually, as controllers for the mill. They've probably got a shitload of torque due to the reduction. But I don't know. I think what I want to do is I want to make a bed slinger CNC that's tabletop size. And then I can... Are they closed loop? Yeah, they have a CUI incorporated encoder on them, a capacitive position, absolute position encoder with an A, B, and Z. So, like, I'll be able to take advantage of the outrunner motor's tendency to want high speeds and make them into accurate moves. There's like barely backlash on this thing, so. On a printer? I don't know. BLDC motor for X and Y. And it's going to be a lot to figure out. I have a Granite Devices controller that'll be able to control these, but I think I want to make a little desktop mill for that. Kind of like the one Tom Stanton is building. I do not know Tom Stanton, but if you want to, Cheesy, if you want to link me to that in Discord, when I have the brain capacity, when I'm not trying to be entertaining, I'll take a look at it, because it sounds a lot like Bed Slinger is a unique way of doing it. Voron is actually making a CNC. Voron is putting out a CNC where you basically 3D print. I may know Tom Stanton. I may know about the fella. But Voron is making one where you print out all of the connecting tissue, and then you make the CNC, and then you can CNC the metal parts and put them back into the CNC so that it's rigid, which is kind of a cool way of doing it. It's a really neat idea. But theirs is a bed slinger as well. I mean, the bed slinger is going to not have a lot of area, right? I'm going to have about the Creality bed size, which that's not a great improvement, but we're not trying to build huge things here, you know? 3D printed CNC machine to make a better CNC. Yeah, it's kind of a cool concept, right? I like that concept. It's like, well, you can 3D print this bracket, but it's a really bad idea. But what's a good idea is 3D printing the bracket and using it once. Yeah, it's the movement to blue sky has been pretty amazing. I have a Genmitsu 3030 Prover Max. It's the Prover. The Prover will sort you out. You will be proven. That cuts steel. I mean, you can cut steel with anything if you're brave enough. I could make my CR10S cut steel if I really wanted to. I could cut cheese if I need to. He made a lathe and a vertical drilling machine. It's not artisan. For some reason, you know, the new people in Discord, as of like a couple months ago, have been linking to, you know, the Weekend Machinists channels, which are just amazing. And so I have an inordinate number of weekly posting Australian, actually one of them's from New Zealand, but I think it's 2 Australians and 1 fellow from New Zealand who are just like, I have the parts for a machine shop. I'm going to do the little things it takes to kind of improve it week by week. And I have been absolutely just, oh man, those guys can cook. It's fun to watch. It's kind of like it was when I first got the milling machine in like 2015, 2016, and all those other channels were, yeah, Not an Engineer is one of them. See the guy that makes 3D forms and fills them with cement? No, I have not seen that one. Yeah, the Not an Engineer made a lathe that has a stepper controller for doing like threads and stuff, which is kind of crazy. I haven't seen the YouTube guy that does cement forms. No, that sounds interesting. I've seen one fella who did a 3D printed model and then put that into oil sand and made a mold with that, and then poured. I think it was aluminum he poured. Yeah, you guys, this is just like a list of people to follow. If you guys are also looking for another list of people to follow, if you check out my Blue Sky, I don't have a command for, hold on, adcom. Blue Sky. And then I'm going to put mine in there. But if you look at the, oh, you got to watch ClickSpring, yeah. Do you think when ClickSpring makes a mistake, he goes and like punches like a tree until his hands bleed? Do you think he does that? Because those are such, there's so much perfection there that the amount of just piling on stress about getting things perfect and having to be totally perfect about everything you do and having the perfect 3D model that exactly lines up from your Fusion 360. Holy fucking Twitter copy? That's what it is. It's the creator of Twitter who had Twitter get bought out and saw how awful they were making Twitter, and then he remade Twitter. And if you look down on my posts, there's a link that you can click on that'll let you follow over 100 electronic makers. You can just click on that with your account, and you followed 1 billion people, and suddenly your feed is no longer bullshit. It's our bullshit. Yeah, Jack Dorsey, that's the one. That reminds me, Project Binky is releasing the next video on Saturday. Oh yeah, that's right, I saw you said that. More Project Binky, it sounds, yeah. What has happened with that? My understanding of Project Binky was that they finished, and then they're like, now I'm just driving this car. God, doing that level of project to something is, I've always dreamed of, and I have pictures of my 944 that I'd worked on previously. I got a whole ass LS1 fitted in there, and I wish I had kept the car, even though it wasn't running. It could have been Jesse's ball and chain that follows me around my whole life, because now you can get, for like $4,000, you know, I'd save up for $4,000 and buy a whole ass Tesla Model S with 2 motors in it, and you pop the motors out of that thing, and you can just put those axles into another car and make it into a competent electric competent car. I would love to do that with something that's been ruined. You know, I don't want to buy like a pristine 944 and ruin it. You know, there's a certain amount of historical preservation that I'm good with. But if you find like 944s new off the lot, you probably should replace that timing belt. And if you're not religious about replacing your timing belt, it's an interference motor. And so the pistons will hit the valves and blow your motor up almost immediately. It happens to a lot of them. So one of those ones that have a blown up motor, you just throw the motor into a lake, and then boom, you've got like a hot hatch style car that has space for batteries in it. I got a broken 87 RX2 in my garage. Yeah, see, the thing is, when I had the 944, I didn't have this stream. If I had this stream and I had the 944 at the same time, you bet your ass we would have a much different setup around here where I had a camera on my chest and we could work on stuff with the car, because that would absolutely motivate me through a project like that. What happened with the 944 was I put the LS1 in it and I got it completely mechanically mounted and ready to go. And then I ran into a huge amount of rust and my inability to weld at the time. And then I ran into the electrical systems of the motor. I tried to update an old wiring harness for a new computer because the motor I bought didn't come with a computer. And I refused to spend $500 to $1,000 on a turnkey harness. I should have done that. I should have done that. You have a hammer and a BMW, don't you? CarStream is an option. It is an option, and we do have a lot of rust to repair on my car. I need to do a session of car repairs. Those have been privately done because my setup doesn't move. And, you know, Leb knows how to do the camera connection so I could have this setup stream for me. I don't like the prospect of that, in addition to the fact that we're in kind of a tight suburban neighborhood, and so people walking by would be on stream, and I don't agree with filming people without their consent. So don't move the setup, bring the car in. If they're cold, you're cold. If you're cold, they're cold. Bring them inside. We would have to exhume the like Earth in order to get the car down here. Public space. They knew what they were doing. Actually, it's a private neighborhood, so it's not public space. It is technically, I guess, reasonably expected to be public, but also it's not that I'm afraid of the legalness of filming them. It's just fucking shitty to put people on camera when they're not agreeing to it. That's kind of a shitty thing to do to people who are just trying to walk their dog, you know? It's not a me versus them. It's a me versus morality. That bastard. Yeah, NDI to feed from another room. Tell them to frig off if they get in frame. It's not an option. Put up a filming in progress sign. That'll just make them ask me stuff. I don't think you guys get how much traffic there is, like foot traffic in this neighborhood. Your solutions are bad. Maybe you should stream the repair RX-7 repair. Maybe, yeah. I mean, you know, you got to start somewhere. It's going to be just like, you know, when you start streaming, things are fairly lonely. Not a lot of people watch the content, and you have to kind of farm yourself out to a bunch of places. I was lucky enough to come in a niche and had a couple supportive people watch my streams who were just friends. They were just friends of mine. And so we would hang out afternoons and just work on stuff. And this was a way to, because I was, at the very beginning, I was doing a job hunt on the side, and it went terrible. It went absolutely shitty. So if you pile up the TRS-80 parts in the doorway, most people will stay clear. I don't know. I'll find pictures of the Porsche, but there's no way that I'm finding a 944 these days under a couple $1,000s. And getting electric car parts is another bunch of thousands of dollars. While it's accessible for perhaps a budget that I would have if I had a job, it's not accessible for me as a streamer unless I really like cooked some books. And I'm not willing to do that. Giant green screen made of fabric. I have one. I actually have a green screen in the other room. Use it for video conferences and stuff, but I haven't brought that out in a little while. I could set that up outside and it would be totally inconspicuous. Totally inconspicuous. It would be really interesting, though, given the tools that I've had over the years that I've been doing streaming and sort of the level ups that I've had in terms of my capabilities, I could very easily, you know, finish the CNC or get the mill running again and do all of the bracketry that I need to do by 3D printing the proof, iterating that, and then making it in metal. And I could even forge like if I need an aluminum bracket, I could get some sand and a little heater thing and do it by forging. I would probably mill, though. Milling parts is, you know, probably way better. Yeah, for rapid prototyping, it would be really powerful, that set of tools. It's not something that a lot of my friends have. And every time I tell them, like, you know, man, I want to get some like weird car, like something that's ruined, like a rusted out Lancia. And they're like, no, don't do that. And I'm like, why not? The only problem is space. The garage is used by the roommates. I park outside where my car is returning to the earth. So unfortunately, on the pecking order here, I do not have the garage to do this with. It would be, stream would be a great motivation, and I know I've got enough weirdos by the buzz in chat by just talking about this, but your friends think your ideas are crazy, that's that's the one you should do. Well, that's one, but I think my main catchphrase, and I should probably put it up on more stuff, is that a new project should scare you just a little bit. You should have that trepidation going into a new project. Not that it should be like it should be a little bit out of your comfort zone. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Something in the back of your mind should say, this is not a great idea. Because that's how you push yourself to grow. That's how you get better at stuff. It's, I don't know, I'm going to have to get this machine, or I'm going to have to make this part out of something. And then you struggle your way through it, and you get battered and injured on the way, and that makes you a little bit stronger. And if you get defeated, then, oh no, that's Saiyans. Saiyans come back stronger. But we can heal. We can heal. Humans heal. So definitely, no, that's not the right one. That's actually encouraging people to get hurt. Whatever, you get me. Let's get to work. Let's get to work. I got all my Node-RED stuff working again. We're back to where we started with all this file server changing stuff that I've been doing. So I'll get the music out of here. I'll get start scenes out of here, and we'll actually get to work on these 303s. Now, unfortunately, the order of operations here has been screwed up just a little bit. It turns out that the viewer who sent in the M303 sent me a much less broken M303. The M303 that was sent in is this one right here on my miniature modular testing setup. So the miniature modular testimer setup for the M303 here. Oh, my brain with all this stuff, putting Dave's aside for right now. Dave's M303 is broken in unique and special ways that I think we've unfortunately done. These are all by our design. There's a part that I need to order that I'm probably not going to be able to get for a while. We'll look into that in a minute. I need to redesign this power supply. In spite of our struggles to get high side current drivers on this thing and our success in doing so, I have to break it all down because unfortunately these high side current monitors are in such a scale that we don't see the tens of milliamps that are coming out, that are being used by the device in testing. We do see 300 when, of course, a chip is blowing up, but we're not going to need anything more than 1 amp. So I think I'm going to go to these amp meters, and that way, you know, we get a little bouncing indicator of what's going on. It'll give us a little bit more resolution than the refresh rate on something digital, and you guys will be able to see it without flickering lights. So I think the advantages have stacked up on that other idea, and they've overweighed the amount of work it's going to be to redesign this. And I guess when I redesign this, oh God, I don't want to start from scratch. When I redesign this, it's possible that I probably have to remake the whole board. I'll probably have to take this whole board off and then solder everything, you know, suck the things out, put them onto a new board, and then I can have a couple of the just native power supply plugs on the PCB itself. I think I'm just going to have to do that. I just got to eat that one. Those look way cooler. They do look a lot cooler. I don't know. I like the digital, and that would be a particular look with everything else going on. But I think the analog ones are probably going to have more of an old-timey, like late 80s, early 90s look with the VFD display. So the VFD display is going to be a big deal for this. If I didn't use a VFD display, I think things would be much easier to do, but I got to take the high road somewhere. I could also just get another Crimes and Ornamentation and put it next to this one, and then I would have 4 channels of 2-channel stuff going on. So I could run LFO, I could run a sequencer, I could run like a BMP, I could do all that stuff with just Crimes. But Crimes is a little messy, even with the Hemisphere. I put on the Hemisphere firmware that we were talking about the other day, and the Hemisphere firmware is great. It's really awesome. It's a lot to navigate. I want something that I'll boot up, and it'll be like, you know, VCO testing mode, go, and I can just doot, 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 and then I know I'm giving it signals that I need. Might be nice to be able to switch scales from amps to milliamps. I can't really do that, not with this, unless I put like a big resistor on it. Across it. I'm gonna keep it in milliamps, because nothing in modular synthesizers should be drawing more than an amp. tiny O-scope tubes. That's what I was hoping to build with a Hajiwo-scope. I have two circular OLED screens, and I want to make a circular oscilloscope module that I can give to Julian. Although with Julian, all of his modules need to be like super small because he has a massive setup that he takes with him places. So that might not be a solution for Julian. Julian. Okay, let's get the viewers M303 out here for the people. The viewers M303 out, and we're going to replace the transistor, and then we're going to see if our volume issues have been solved. I really hope they are. This whole thing is banking on a singular transistor. And the thing about the transistor is it's somewhere in the cluster of shit that makes this thing warble. If we look at my notes, I think I've got it in the open recent. Oh, I need to do it. That needs to be a new instance, actually. Shift click, a new MS Paint file. Test for Moog, diode ladder, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so let's go to open and let's do desktop. And now I gotta find the folder. Folder that, no, that's not it. That's not that. No, that's not it either. Where's that folder? Because of the file server stuff, I haven't been able to save anything from this machine to the file server. So I'm going to have to, at some point, that's not what I'm looking for. At some point, I am going to, oh, you know what? It's in GIMP. That's right. No, but that's not the schematic. I had a working schematic document. Well, either way, I guess, so, oh, you know what? No, it wasn't. That's right. It wasn't in Paint. It was just the TV303 schematic, which I may have open here. Oh, God. So many folders. So many browser windows that are all going to die. They're going to be dropped like tears in rain. So here's the block diagram of the M303, except that it's from February 19th, 1982. I don't think Acid Labs was around back then. This is the TB303 schematic, or sorry, block diagram, which is part of the TB303 repair manual. We just looked that up. We can open it up. And so this is basically the working, the Bible, the M303 Bible. Now, everything is not exactly the same because they updated a lot of these parts. A lot of these parts became unavailable after like the 80s. So, 1989, just in time for the 1990s and the explosion of Acid House. But some of these parts are impossible. Some of these parts are hiccup to find. This is what my stomach does. I've had diabetes for like 31 years. And being a 31-year-old diabetic means that there's been some wear and tear on some of my nerves. And so my stomach does not like to drain properly. And so in the afternoon like this, after I've eaten lunch, it goes, and it tries to like mix things up and get things to move past that other valve in your stomach, and it doesn't happen. So I get really burpy when I'm streaming like this. So you got to bear with me a little bit. It's obnoxious. It's one of the very minor symptoms that I have. I'm lucky to not have any greater symptoms. I've been on top of my diabetes since after I was a teenager. Teenagers and diabetic control is a very tough issue, and in the 90s, they didn't really know how to give us advice. I'm a type 1 diabetic. But I have a pump, and I've got a feedback system, and my glucose levels are even on a website, live, to 5 minutes ago. So 276 is the glucose level right now. That's because I ate a lettuce wrap. The tortilla on the lettuce wrap was not carb control, which is fine. You know, your body needs fuel, but it's going to take a minute for the insulin to catch up. So stuff like the LA4140, what the hell is that? It's some accursed chip. Some accursed chip. And then in addition to that, they use these things that are supermatched transistors. I don't know where that is. Where's the supermatched transistor? I don't think it's listed in this list of parts. But there's something that is a supermatched transistor, which is two transistors that have exactly the same properties. When you build stuff with electronics, everything is statistics. We want voltage levels that are sort of between two voltage levels. We want a gain across an amplifier to be sort of in a range of gains and sort of have this tendency to be on the line and stuff like that. Everything gets to be a little bit sloppy. It's actually a lot like building a house where everything is just a little bit sloppy. You kind of let go of that precision in your mind. Whereas electronics exists in a precision level that is just well like beyond anything that a machinist would ever consider. It still means that we're working within statistical averages. And so when you have two transistors with the same part number, they can have varying properties. They might not react exactly the same across an activation voltage level. They might not allow exactly the same current across over that level as like a chart. So you have something called the supermatched transistor pair, which is where they've matched the two transistors together so perfectly. That can get you an oscillator. You can have the transistors kind of fight each other in order to make an oscillator. And if the pair is supermatched, that means your lows and your highs are the same. It's not like a weird crayon drawing of a wave. Problem is, we've moved on from that technology. We don't need that anymore. We have temperature compensated crystal oscillators and things of that nature now. And so those parts are no longer manufactured. And so when they're used in something like a synthesizer to do audio, then what do you do? What do you do? You can't find it, and now each part is $15, $20. So while we could still source that stuff, if you're manufacturing a new device and you have to put 500 of them together, you're not going to be choosing these parts. So you're not going to directly copy the schematic here. And so that's the difference between what we have here and what the actual device is. So here is the schematic that I've been closely working with for the TB303. And while we have all the block functions here, this is a very compact schematic. And so we have these little functional blocks that have things on a front panel that have been taken all the way over to the right side of the drawing. It's a little bit frustrating to work with, but we can kind of follow what's going on. And so the parts we're interested in are these, because these are essentially what Acid Lab has created. Acid Lab took, you know, the corner of this diagram here, this piece right here, and made their own device out of it. There's no sequencer on it or anything like that. So we've got the VCO leading into the VCF leading into the VCA. My belief about what this transistor is, this N whatever, is I think it's over here. Let's just get over there. It's over here, and it's one of these. What you can see here is that you've got two transistors facing away from each other, and those two transistors facing away from each other have a bubble around it. That bubble around it means that they are super matched. It could also mean that they're also in the same package, but yeah. And then over here you have two switches that are enabling a capacitor in order to, I guess, make it the different waveform or whatever. As a machinist who has to use interferometry to measure parts for optical systems in nanometers, I disagree with your point about precision. Okay, from the home machinist using a pair of calipers and a DRO, the level of precision on a circuit board is far and away nothing I've ever experienced before, and it's where I cut my teeth. So moving from circuit boards back to the home gaming machinist with the DRO and a table that moves if you push on it, it's insane. Are they matched by trimming or binning? I don't know. I think it's part of the production process that they're able to make the same transistor twice and have all the same properties. Because I know in the documentation they talk about, with our new something something method, we can make the super duper de-duper matched transistors. So we're opening the GIMP up. I hate to do this to you guys, but I've got to open GIMP. I have to flog the GIMP. And so in GIMP, what I did is I took pictures of the front and the back of the circuit board and I overlaid them on top of each other. That allows me to reverse engineer the board using all the tricks of multi-layer image manipulation. And so I've got a trace of all of this stuff, and I've got images that came from the data sheets of the parts. And the part that we're looking at is this right here. This transistor right here was one of the ones that was identified to be replaced in this repair, and it's something that we substituted with a similar transistor. Where is that in the grand scheme of things? Well, we're coming off of one of the switches. Two of the switches that lead where? Let's get the bottom layer in on this. I want to pinpoint which one this is. So we've got a transistor here. How is it hooked up to its buddy? In sort of a Darlington fashion. And where's our power coming from? Jeez. Power going to the collector. Base goes to the tracks, the base. I remember I resolved this in my, I think I edited this document though. It's hard to see. I mean, I know emitter and base are not sharing, that's for sure. But does it go to this one or does it avoid that one? That would be from the emitter of another transistor. 2 transistors locked in combat eternally. And then does it go to one leg? Well, it wouldn't. It would be, that would like short it out. That doesn't make any sense. I have figured this out in the schematic, but the schematic's on Fusion 360, and I want to wait a little bit to boot up Fusion 360. Binning and process, both manufactured. Oops, hold on. Windows are on top of each other. Both manufactured in a single step nearby. Does heavy lifting with some devices are trimmed? You guys are talking about like chip level stuff. Open up the datasheet for a supermatched transistor pair, and they will tell you what their process is. They brag about it. They have some proprietary name for what it is, but you can definitely figure it out that way. So for some reason, that symbol with the multiple triangles forward is the same thing as having just a switch. So it's a little strange schematic thing going on there. One leg of an op amp going back to the emitter of a transistor, and those weird switches are involved nearby. So we're down here. Matched pair, 0.1 selected, manufacturer number R74, R90. This one and this one, if there's a 1M and a 100K on the, whoops, a 1M and a 100K, 1504, that is 1.5M coming off of here, and 1003, that's a 100K. I can't read that one. 2089? That is a very big resistor indeed. I don't think that's right. 6802 is a little bit better. 6.8K. Sorry, 68K. So yeah, the transistors that we're looking at replacing are fairly important to the operation of this entire thing. The supermatched transistor pair is being wobulated against itself in order to produce the voltages that we are accustomed to. On the outset. Hold on, where's my window? Basically, we're taking these two Jiminy Johns and we're making one trigger the other back and forth, and then we can add voltage to that in order to amplify the frequency or change the frequency back and forth. I have a feeling this slide on off. So that's the enabling of slide, which makes it, and then this possibly, what would this be doing? I don't know how these things work. These are weird. Yeah, but these would be the switches that are nearby. So the 4016 and the transistors are pretty important here. Now, I don't know if I need to match the transistors. We have a pile of them. So it's possible that we could maybe set up a ZIF socket. We could, finally follow through with that and make the ZIF socket for my little transistor tester. And then we could choose 2 that are very close to one another indeed. And maybe that would help things, but having a different part number transistor in there, that certainly isn't helping. So I'm feeling a little bit more confident about replacing the specific Q30, Q29, whichever one it is that blew up due to an overvoltage scenario. Transistors these days are pretty close, but I mean, there's still, we're talking about like bottom of the barrel parts that I order from a random supplier. And so while you could be confident that if they're on the same tape, they have been manufactured at the same time, there's probably going to be a significant difference between each part because they've been manufactured like out of spite for very minimal margins. Oh my God, I got a lot of these. Holy crap. I need to write on this what the part is, and it's BC847. We'll put it into a bin eventually, but for now I just need to write BC847 on it. Well, that's not going to be legible at all. Try to get in a position where I can actually write it down. I can't see what I'm writing because of the lighting. Let's sit here and huff markers for a little bit. BC8. Ah, shit. 4, 7. That is not legible. EC847, jeez. Oh, and of course I get marker all over my hand. Okay, let that dry for a second so that I actually have a somewhat of a chance of identifying these when all's said and done. Maybe I'll just keep the bag for now, because all those things need to be moved over to the bins. So I've got bins full of this stuff. That's a nice hearty supply of BC847s. Let's see if we can get this into the M303, and maybe, just maybe, it'll mean actually fixing this thing. I have 2 label makers. One's downstairs, one's upstairs. I have a label maker, I have bins. I'm just not doing it right now. I'm not putting them away right now. Yeah, that was a big deal around here, is getting all of this done. All this stuff done, because these are all of my parts, and they're all very well labeled. Took a couple weeks for me to do this, actually. But it's a hassle to get new parts into there quickly. All right, so let's get this thing opened up. And we'll put that one transistor in, and we'll see whether or not it makes a difference. Because I'm pretty sure it will. Pretty sure it will. I also need to find that one screw. We're missing one screw from Dave's 303, and I think it's probably under stuff over in the sort of dump area of the shop. Dave probably won't care, but it's part of that whole being a professional thing that I want to kind of uphold. And we're not working on these tomorrow. Rest assured, chat, you don't have to tolerate my BS tomorrow. We're going to do something more fun. We're going to take something apart. I found a nice subreddit for sourcing things that are cheap and fun. I don't think it's going to lead to a lot of Teardown Fridays, but we could at least get 1 or 2 out of it. All right, so back to where we were. And I don't have the same circuit board holder. Maybe that's something I need to work on. Oh yeah, that's right. We can put this into the connector, and then it'll hold everything pretty nicely. Don't want to totally crush it, but at least I can get the vise to hold on to something that's stable. We'll do it this way because we're going to use hot air. We're going to use just a little bit of hot air. We don't really need hot air for a transistor, though. Maybe just to show it, I'm not going to use hot air. Just to show off and or show what we're doing. Are we going to need that screwdriver? Nah. Put that aside. I need arm space. I need to be able to move my arm in this direction without getting cut. Yep. And then we'll get this in. Power on. Because I 3D print the front faces of these things, I gotta be careful about where this nozzle points. That's some seriously spicy air coming out of the front of this thing. And if anything plastic is in the vicinity, I fear for it. So let's see, what's the state of the microscope now that I've got all of my automatic lighting and stuff working? Oh yeah, it's looking like it normally does, because now all my little OBS tweaks to get in and change the frame rate are still in effect. OBS is communicating with a WebSocket that's then going into Node-RED flows, and when I calibrate the cameras, you're supposed to change the frame rate on the camera in order to get it to sort of it jostles it. It like loosens the synapses of the camera. You're like, wake up, and the camera's like, oh, and it suddenly starts working properly, and you can get settings into it. So using a couple of Bar Raider Ninja apps and a Logitech camera node, Logitech camera Stream Deck plugin, I'm able to do the calibration procedure automatically. It just does it for me, and that really helps take the load off of my brain during stream setup. I hit a couple buttons, and then everything looks consistent, which is important when you're doing stuff like this. Get a little bit more light. I think let's get more actual light. I'm going to move this a little closer in. I've got the big barn door light sitting right there, giving me all that wonderful 3-point lighting that we use around here. Problem is, if I come in from this side with my other hand, it's like a storm cloud coming over the whole area. I don't really want to do like a ring light around the microscope because I don't know if that'll really work properly. Maybe it does. I have a ring light around the milling machine, but that was just for fun. All right, let's get this thing out of here. So when soldering with hot air is a little bit more gentle on stuff if you do it properly. Going in there with the iron, I can bounce the iron from pin to pin to pin. And if there's flux down there and everything is happy, I can go pin, 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 you know, go back and forth with the soldering iron and then get them all to be molten at the same time and then flick the part basically off the board. But if you do that wrong, you can damage the board, which is just unheard. We don't want, okay, that thing immediately gave up. So what happened there was I was just kind of hovering air around it in order to heat everybody up. But in the moment, it decided to completely saturate with heat and all of the pads became molten and I was able to pluck the part away. Yeah, that's always like the worst, is if you're taking like a big IC or even just a small part and you accidentally put too much pressure on it or too much heat on it, you can lift the pad. Sometimes the pad will sort of be feebly held on by the copper trace and you can kind of work with it. You can kind of paste it back down and just let the component hold it down. But other times, if it fully rips up, sometimes you have to scrape a trace in order to make a pad that you can then use to run a wire. I don't want to have to do that. So then we come in with desoldering braid, and desoldering braid is just going to use surface tension in order to pull up all of the solder that's left over, and it'll leave us with a pad that we can put a part flat down onto. You can see that wicking action right there. So that wicks it into the little interstitial spaces, the little porous surface of the soldering braid, the desoldering braid rather. So this stuff is also particularly dangerous to your pads because if you're not heating this thing up with a lot of heat, and because remember, this is also a heat sink. This is a heat sink. And so as it pulls the solder away, if you pull away from it and it's able to solidify and you don't notice and you pull back on this stuff, you can also rip up the pad. So you got to keep this stuff hot. And when you find a brand of solder wick that you like, stick with it, because you want that consistency of the same brand and you know what its little foibles are in order to operate it properly. Yeah, solder wick is great. I've had to run wires before. If you can find very small wire, you can take apart a little electric motor and get the motor wire out of it. That stuff is a little bit frustrating to work with. Or you can use wire wrapping wire in order to put traces down on the board. Then if you have something like an ultraviolet epoxy, you can basically glue the wires down onto the board. I had to do that for an arcade machine that went in Philadelphia, a bar in Northern Liberties, and it was run by a Raspberry Pi. I should have used the Raspberry Pi, like the Python game engine or whatever. There's like an RPi gaming engine that I probably should have used that because that would have been easier. But we had to kind of like manually go through graphics, and it's like a coin operated arcade machine. It's pretty cool. But I had to do a major bodge job on the on the circuit board that we designed for the Raspberry Pi. We had our TXs and RXs flipped, and everything had to move over by one pin. It was a nightmare, but I did the job with wire wrap wire and UV epoxy in order to tape everything down and make it look as professional as something like that can. Take wire from a microwave fan. They have miles of wire, just a tip. That's interesting. You get what, like higher gauge, lower gauge enamel wire out of that? Like a little DC electric motor has really good bodge job wire if you're not looking to run a little bit of current through it. But this stuff is really annoying to work with because you've got to displace that the insulator on the wire, the enamel on the wire. And I have trouble with that. Yeah, nail polish too. Clear nail polish is another one. The UV stuff will pop off if you make a mistake. That's that's why I like the UV stuff. Being in my own shadow is very annoying right now. I need a solution for that. Yeah, see, that went in kind of crooked, so I'm just going to apply a little pressure. Oh, no, that's still crooked. Not a lot of pressure. I'm basically just leaning down on the pin. collection of old control transformers. That's what we had this discussion in the Discord, actually, where somebody was asking, like, what wire should I buy? And it's like, none of us really know what to say. Like, speaker wire for us is something that kind of appears, and we have to deal with storing it until it's useful. So we always have a bunch on hand. It's like, where do you get that stuff? Like Home Depot, I guess. You can get speaker wire from Home Depot. Like, if somebody's looking to, like, use wire in something, I'm not going to be like, go take apart a motor, idiot. Once you go dumpster diving, you jerk. You worm. Like, I'm not going to do that. But it's like, that's where we get this stuff. We get it from taking apart everything in our lives. We can't be helped. We're a demon, a force of taking stuff apart and accidentally having the right kind of wire for every project. Used to ask for that stuff for birthday, Christmas when I was a kid. Really? Buy wire from Amazon that comes in little spools of like 5 colors. Yeah, but the application was for like a speaker. I mean, like, I've got tons of those things. This is the one that I ordered after the stream the other week where I didn't have the right sized wire. This actually looks too big anyway. But, like, I don't know. I have a bin full of these things. But somebody who's just, like, starting out and they're doing, like, my first project and they want like, I want to wire up a speaker. What should I do? Well, first you got to buy something that'll only be useful for one of us. It's like the advice is totally different. All right, this plugs in here, opposite of the jumpers, offset by a pin, just like that. Okay. The LM-13700 is still in this one. Otherwise, I think everything is fixed, though. If we have volume issues on this, if this board still has volume issues, I'm going to try replacing the LM-13700 and see if, because remember, ours, when we gave it a signal, it had perfect volume because we replaced this part here. We had great volume out of the thing, whereas we're having volume troubles with this one. Speaker wire, depending on the application, pretty low gauge. Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to weigh in on the Discord, you can go to the Discord and you can go talk to the person who's asking about wires. But they are a beginner, and so it's tough when you get people who, like, know this stuff coming in and giving advice to a beginner, and especially people who don't read in on the problem properly, you know? I'm in love with the silicon insulated ribbon cable spools I got from Amazon, so easy with cable management. I just like the fact that I can't burn the wire up. This is why we labeled everything. Don't want to get that one wrong again. If the holes line up, you must acquit. Luckily, these are not as stainless as they could be. The silicone ones do great because they are also heat resistant. Yeah, they're great on 3D printers. I have had to, for the hot bed, for the bed of my 3D printer, my 3D printer has a 120 volt bed. And when they sell you these 120 volt bed stickers, it's got a long lead wire. And you may think that because it has a very long lead wire, you should be putting that lead wire into the drag chain. And so I made that mistake, and on multiple occasions, I had the wire break and then start sparking as I was 3D printing. You know, it very quickly sets off an error in the 3D printer software, and then the printer stops trying to print, but it was sparking, and so losing a lot of heat, and 120 volts hammering on my 120 volt systems. So that was the realization that you are not supposed to run the heat-resistant wire through something that flexes. And what I ended up doing was adding screw terminals at both ends of the drag chain, where the screw terminals would hook 120 volts up to the flexible silicon heat-resistant wire, and that stuff is super-duper flexible, so it shouldn't fray within the lifetime of the device. But I didn't think on that level. I wasn't thinking about that when I built the thing, rebuilt the thing. Let's get this one out. I want to make sure to keep track of Dave's stuff and the viewers' stuff, which In fact, I think this is the viewer's... No, because we had this plugged into Dave's, so yeah. Gotta keep these all together. Now, stripe is facing downwards on this one. No, it's facing all the way up here. But I remind myself every time. We're going to rebuild this power supply, which is unfortunately a big distraction from the stuff that I've been doing, but I really want to have the granularity of the 1 amp milliamp indicators. We're going to be plugging things into this, so I'm going to put screws on it. What's that doing over there? This needs to go over here. Okay, grab these. Let's put the screws in. Really want any hot end wires to be supported in some way. I have drag chains on mine. That's one of the things that I added to my CR10S was a system of drag chains to handle the flexing of the wires in a repeatable manner. Because like the CR10, the shortcuts that they make on some of these synths, sorry, not on some of these printers, they have all the wires just like dangling, and some of them have connectors, some of them don't. All right, so let's power this thing up, make sure it's okay. Oh yeah, plug this thing in. Yeah, dangle and dragging across the print bed. I've seen prints where they've gotten the thing stuck. Okay, nobody's taking too much current. Oh, damn it, come on. I gotta restart it. No, I don't want calibrate. Oh, here we go. Hemisphere. And let's choose our right side panel to be an LFO. Our other channel should be, I don't know, I've made it other stuff in the past, but maybe this should also be an LFO. So, same thing running on both panels. And then, get all these tools out of the way. Come on. Okay. So, let's see about this. LFO, first one, doing a triangle. I'm going to put that into gate. Although that's... Is that in the negatives? As long as it hits that point where it's actually going to, you know, trigger a waveform. The speakers I'm turning on, turning up. Currently, nothing is coming out because the gate isn't being satisfied. But if I go up here, that's pretty loud, actually. That seems like a very low note. I don't know why it's such a low note. So that's loud. That is louder than it was. And there's a range of values. That's pretty good. That's good volume. I'm actually going to turn it down a little bit. So if we go back to out, and I give it no cutoff, VCO, we're going to give it like a huge range of VCO. The filter, no, and we're going to tune it to neutral. Resonance is up, so that's not affecting it as much. We give it a little bit of decay. We're in voltage-controlled amplifier. This isn't enough to trigger it. What about this one? Let me change the type of waveform. Okay. So gate in, envelope up, waveform doesn't really matter. Give it over to gate. This is where I'm not sure if what I'm giving it is enough to trigger it, but I got it to work on this one, I think. What if I give it... Yeah, that's not... This is all above that. Voltage-controlled filter is just going to change. And then if I give it accent, I don't think that's going to do anything. Oh wait, but if I do VCA in and we're in VCA mode... Nope, still nothing. Why are you like this? No, that's not doing it. CF mod, no. Output to there. My gate is not gating. And I don't think there's a waveform that really is specifically like a 0 to 10 gate. Well, if I do that, then I can do... Hold on, let's start over. Start over, start over, start it over. So, VCO out. Blah, 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 blah. VCO CV. Now I've got to go... Not a very high note, but... And I can rein it in with the VCO mod. Tune, of course, I can make it slightly higher. CV should do a similar thing. That has a much larger range. So that's not affected by that. And then I can tune it there. Turn it to a square wave. Ooh, that sounds a bit cleaner than it... So what if I go back to the waveform? Okay, so that sounds right. That's actually what it should sound like. And if I gave it like a slide input from that... I can't tell, but I think it's doing some slightly different stuff. Can you change the amplitude of the low frequency oscillator? Yes, but I'm not going to at the moment. Hold on, so now we go to the main output, and I take the square wave, I put it in the gate. I can barely hear it, but it's there. So, gate, turn this to gate mode. Yep, it's going beep, beep, but it's very, very quiet compared to the direct VCO out. I'm hearing a change in envelope. Cutoff works. It's just so quiet. Resonance definitely works. It's very, very quiet, though. This is actually louder than it was before, but compared to the VCO output's like cooked, and yet when we get to the main output, it's so different. Yeah. Okay, so VCF in. So the filter in cuts off our audio path. Now it's getting weird. Sounds like I'm stepping on a cat. Meow, meow. Oh, that's envelope out. That's not doing anything. So, like, my control of these things is not great, right? But I can at least do stuff with the waveforms. These volumes are all maxed out. They're all maxed out. And I can only just barely hear it out of this thing. So something else is up. Something else is going on here. That or my testing stuff isn't quite up to snuff. I don't know. Now we're making weird noises. There we go. It's perfect for a bass line. I don't know if it's that it's not turning on as much. We're just losing a lot of the signal amplitude here. Let's put the scope on this. Let's put the scope on this for a second. So what I'm thinking is I want to replace that transconductance amplifier. And while that might not fix it, it did seem to give this thing a little bit more, you know, like dick, to a little bit more punch. Because I think maybe the transconductance amplifier gets damaged during the whole process. Now, since I want to keep this setup. I'm just going to cut off our output on that, and then maybe I can just power this down and remove the board from the backside, replace the part, put the board back in the backside. That's the whole purpose of this setup being the way that it is that I can continue to have it. Well, nah, maybe I should take it out from the front. I really don't want to power this down, though. I guess I can unplug it from here. Now that we have an idea of how this thing gets hooked up. So blue, brown, orange, and then purple from the other side. And then with the scope powered up, oh, I guess we should turn this back. Hold on, let's turn this back. Hold on a minute. I want to take a look at the amplitude of the two signals. So if I take channel 1 and 2 of the oscilloscope over here, and I turn those into wires, I got one wire here. It's tangled all around my Stream Deck. VCO out on this one. And then if I get another one of these wires, which I have sitting conveniently in the drawers to the side here, or do I? Where'd that go? I have these BNC to mono adapters, and I got them out a minute ago, but I don't know where. Oh God, it's all such a mess. I think there's one right here. If I think the gating would work, it's that it would be like an amplifier that's changing the amplitude of the output. Yeah, that's what the gate is. Well, gate is a trigger signal, and then you have ADSR on the gate in order to give it sort of a more natural triggering. And then you, with envelope, I don't know. Envelope, I think, is more like the VCA. It's all different terminologies for things that I learned work different. All right, and then we turn the scope on. What is happening? What's going on here? So channel 1 is the VCO. Oh, I see. The VCO out actually cuts off the other one. Yeah, channel 2 is cutting off channel 1, and channel 2 should be enabled here. I don't know what that light line is. What is that one? That is channel 2. Why are we not getting any output? So if I'm just plugged into here, this would be the waveform, and that is below. That can't be below 2 volts. Why are you so weak? If I just look at this thing, yeah, see, that's up to 6 volts. So in VCO out, gate in's coming from there, and that should be working just fine. Double check that I can hear it. Oh, there's nothing coming out of here. What's going on? Why are you like this? What? Wait, what caused it to cut off? I didn't. Oh, I unplugged it. Smart. Oh my God. I seem to remember a Daft Punk song sounded exactly like this. Ugh. So right now it's, okay, now it's got power, so I plug this in, and we see that it's, oh my God. I'm sorry? Oh, I'm adjusting the wrong one. I was like 30 volts? Okay, so there's our signal operating in frequencies. Ring, 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 and it's up to 2.5 volts. And then if we turn it over to this, it'll be a triangle, sort of, eventually. Geez, what is it doing? I guess it doesn't have a capacitor. Why are you so negative? I guess it'll eventually climb back down to being 0. And this one goes down like that. There's some weird capacitor stuff going on with this. Both of the units do that, though. Both of the units operate like that. So if I go to the output after all the filters, compare that amplitude of signal to this, which has the volume on full. I mean, it looks like it is a full 3-volt signal. It's getting all the way up there. Our gate is just what's look, if I turn it to VCA. There, see, it gets pretty high. Let's put more time into our signal. There we go. And I guess we call that a full signal. I guess that means that this probably works. It's not a 10 volt, but 10 volt is a control voltage. This is getting up there for a, what you call it? For an audio signal, it's plus minus 3 volts. Turn the volume down on it, and it gets much smaller. It seems like it is frustratingly low volume, but I'm not sure. 3 plus minus 3 volts is kind of an audio signal for this thing. And then we don't have the specifications of the M-303s. We actually don't know the M-303 what levels it's supposed to be outputting. This cites 5.2 to 5.8 for certain signals, and that would be if I was testing on VR for the resonance control. But we can't really get to that, and that's for the TB303. The voltage levels change on this one because it's made for modular Eurorack modular synthesizers. But by all means, this appears to work to me and my limited capabilities. It appears as though, and I don't know what putting that transistor in there has done for us. I don't really know if it's done a lot, but it seems as though it has kind of rectum fried our expectations. This is what we expect to be having there. That one is a proper signal. That's a big voltage jump. Did I? Oh, wow, I felt voltage feedback there. Oops. Yeah, I guess that's working. You're bonk. That's getting quieter and quieter. Oh, that must be the decay. Nope, that does nothing. Okay, well. Yeah, we're making weird 303 noises are commencing. Oh, kind of like a bass drum. If I plug into here, it unfortunately cuts off. Yeah, that cuts everything, and it cuts off my audio. Blue Sky main page is basically anime and cats. Yeah, for some reason, it thought I had like an inflation fetish for a little while. And a lot of the art was very specific indeed, and I'm like, listen, that's not me. I don't know what your algorithm saw me doing. I like to have a variety of stuff, but not that. It was a weird time. What people are posting is like a list of their interests, and I don't know if the algorithm's really going to key into that. I don't know if that's how that works. They'll post like, I'm interested in this, and this. But I don't think that's how it works. You can rein it in, though. The show me more and show me less buttons actually work, unlike Twitter. On Twitter, they don't do anything, but on Blue Sky, I believe they do. So that's an improvement over Twitter right there. Need to have a sequencer. Yeah, we do need to have a sequencer. Supposedly this thing can do sequencing. I don't know what thing does it, though. Let's see if we can find it, because these two I want to turn into a sequence. No, no, no. How do I... There we go. I think for some of these you need to give them a signal, which is where I guess I can bring gate. I can do the envelope out, and I can do that into the gate input. Well, now it's hitting different notes. No, that's an input. I want to have the oscope doing something relevant, but I don't think I can. Ah, for some reason, it's able to clock the VCO out at the same time. And yet this is making different notes. Here's the A1 to like an A4. Note 5. It's still in the same range. It doesn't appear to have changed it. Oh, A4 is the program. Note 5. Yeah, it may want another input, but I don't know if I have anything that I can give it. I can give it this one. Cable. Where wire? Where wire? Wire? There's another one sitting around here somewhere. I just don't know where it went. Where did it go? Here it is. This is shit. Yesterday I got a sub to service that connects Google Home and Home Assistant, and today it's down, so I can't control my lights. That sucks. Welcome to the future. Let's speed this up a little bit. Maybe it'll be more interesting. Needs to stay as that one, but... Oops, that was one shot. Oh god, it's not very quick to adjust. Bonk, 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 bonk. All right, and then I can do... Yeah, there we go. Although this note progression is kind of stupid, but... That's sounding like acid. Hmm. Let's see, let's change... Oh god, it's terrible. Yeah, it's starting to get that sound to it. I'm a lot more confident now. Yeah, because I can, like, cook it, and it'll start to get the squelches. That's more of the acid house right there. Ooh. That's actually a pretty nice little bass note. All right, well, I think that works. I mean, the voltage levels of 3 volts on the output, I don't know if... I can't verify that because I've never seen a working M303, but as far as I'm concerned, if I need to put this M303 into like another filter, plus minus 3 volts is about what I should be seeing, so... So the question is, are we willing to call this fixed? I'm going to be sad to actually fix these things and see them go. The most important part is that it's between plus and minus 3 volts. Yeah, because that's, I mean, that's the voltage levels, right? Like, if we look up Eurorack audio signal voltage. Eurorack and level signals. There's no standard, but they say 5 plus minus 5 volts, which seems to me to be a little bit, it's like amplitude of range A is 1 volt. Yeah, it's just, so it's not an easy question to answer because there's a lot of different answers to this question, because there's not a lot of, as much as Eurorack is a standard, there's not a ton of standards on it. They don't say, this is what your voltage should be for audio, and there are no exceptions, because audio can go from plus minus 12 volts. Brink, I thanked you like 500 times during the beginning of stream. Look at this. Look at this. The lights turn on and off. Everything works. I had to change the IP addresses inside of the Node-RED. Sorry, inside of the Stream Deck. It had to have the right IP address. And then the directory struggling, you know, that was obnoxious. I didn't know how that stuff should be formatted. So once we figured that all out, Leb and Fat, you saw Leb and Fat were helping me out with that. But now everything is totally smooth. I know where the directories are. I know the files are in the right directories. I had to build the directories myself. But then you can't build the directories yourself when you first employ the Docker, because when you activate the Docker, it goes, there's already something of that name. You're not allowed to use that name. And it's like, bro, I just made your folder structure for you. So you have to start the Docker, then you build the folder structure that the Docker's already pointed at with the file. You build the file from nothing. Then you restart the Docker, and it will see Mosquito in all of its glory and configuration files and run that inside of the dockage front end. It was very confusing to me. I figured out eventually what went on, because it would look for the folders and stuff and go, there's nothing there, I'm just going to use my own stuff. Oh, he's learning. Yeah, this is how we learn, is by hitting our head against a brick wall for months. Yeah, Docker is just like, you know, my son. And then everything suddenly works. It's a made man. It's set for life. Maybe the module is output level. It does. This is the volume pot right here. But I don't know if it should be so small. That's how I had to learn Docker. Yeah, Dockage is what we were using inside of the FreeNAS server. But now that server runs my lights. It runs all of the OBS interaction, like automatic camera stuff that I do. And it runs, it will be able to run my channel point stuff and have access to everything that it needs to. So Mosquito is going to be brokering all the signals that run around. The only one that still doesn't work is my day-night timer for the grow lights. So when I do plants again, we're going to start real early with the peppers this year. I will be able to plug in just one of my socket things. I have 4 of them labeled 1 to 4. So this one is switch 4. And that's the IP address below it. So switch 4 as its own IP address. I can plug in switch 4, grab the node, and hook it up to a day-night timer based on GPS location. So it's City Hall, Philadelphia. When it sees sun and when it sees dark, the light will turn on and off, and I'll be able to get those peppers growing on it. So a whole lot of capability has now, thanks to BrinkGG, been unlocked thanks to a very simple Mosquito install tutorial for Dockage. Now that you've cut your teeth on Docker a bit, yeah, I'm starting to know about what Dockers are, and it's starting to scare me. I still don't know much about what the hell Dockers are. So we've got some signature, like, who's the guy? Carl something or other? Hold on, I gotta look it up again. Carl Cox. We've got some Carl Cox shit going on here with some Chicago acid house sounds coming out of this thing. I can act like a DJ and, you know, mess around with these, but I'm not getting a lot of volume out of this. I feel like I should be getting a lot more volume out of this thing. There are probably other sequencers that I can use too. I just found this piano roll. Yeah, because this thing seems to be hitting some weird notes. Ugh. What if I put it in the slide? Fucking nothing? Nothing would happen. It sounds like ass. It seems like the notes don't go very high, and I don't know what I should be doing with that. If your home automation server is running in Docker, you can use the compose file I gave Bother. Yeah, that's I don't know. I don't think I have the compose file. I just copied it from your. That's why I got all those. That's why I got all the file locations wrong. Is because I just copied it from your tutorial, which wasn't what I should have been doing. I should have been using. Ah. Nope, we need that gate. So that's what's powering the gate. Filter. Oh, VCF in is an audio signal. So that's where I've been going wrong, is I'm plugging something into this, but this needs an audio signal, and it cuts off the internal oscillator when you plug this in. Oh, you're running Home Automation OS. VCF mod, turn it all the way up, give it full. I don't know. That's just one of the sequencers in this thing. I wonder if I could find another one. Oh my god, there's all the volume. I'm gonna make a trap song. Oh my god, please do something different. Oh wait, no, I need envelope out there. Alright, let's go to something else. Jeez. These are, so this is called Hemisphere. It's a software for crimes and ornamentation. If you have an old crimes and ornamentation board and your Teensy 3.1 blew up, the hemispheres actually can also, from what I understand, you can use the Teensy 4.1 just putting it directly in. I may be wrong about that. That requires a little bit of research, actually, to be honest. I was going to have Julian buy me another board for crimes and ornamentation and build it up with the Teensy 4.1. Oh god, hideous notes. Generic house music when bother on EDC 2025. Yeah, I couldn't think of anything more frightening, just base level frightening, than taking a modular synthesizer setup to something like a live space. That would be absolutely terrifying. All right, now we're just making motor noises. I think it works. I don't know how to use that. It's like, the hell is this thing? Okay, get me back to where I'm... Here's something doing random shit. What the fuck? Oh, nothing is altering the notes. Ah, this is more like my music. This is penis music. Yeah, this is the stuff. What am I doing? Help me! Change it up. What it's doing now is it's sampling that ramp, and so the notes that are output are based on that. So we should probably slow this thing down a little bit. Oh my god. It's horrifying. Where's my frequency control? Dialing in a frequency is a little bit of a weird way of doing it, huh? Well, no, see, the bars are now adjusting themselves through the envelope trigger. What if I put it into this? That doesn't do anything. And that does like a weird mod to the... This is really stupid sounding. Look Mom No Computer. I know Look Mom No Computer. Not personally, but... So yeah, I guess this thing works. I guess we're getting something out of it. Really does seem like we're starved on volume, but depending on what we do, because my gate signal is limited to whatever this thing is doing, and this is really an LFO. This isn't really a gate. If I had something that specifically did like gate, LFO, et cetera, then maybe I could actually see the full voltage levels. But under the gate that I'm giving it, I think we are getting a decent amount of stuff out of it. What if I turn this to gate mode? Where's that? Or that? Turn it way down. Yeah, anyway, it's pretty silly. Just look them up. I'll have to dig deeper later. Yeah, he does some crazy stuff. Okay, I'll stick to my software TV303. I'd be so impressed if someone brought a modular synth to a rave. It does happen, because most DJs don't even live mix their music anymore. It's all just pre-done ahead. The thing is, like you're not going to use a modular synthesizer for that, because it's so much more complicated than having a couple synthesizers. You can have like a sequencer and a synthesizer and a laptop, and you can do amazing stuff with live music. And I've been to a lot of shows that have done that. They start off and you're like boop, 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 and you're like, what are you doing, man? And then eventually they build on it and build on it and build on it and build on it until you're finally like dancing your ass off on this thing that this guy just put together randomly at the beginning of the show. Like, it's never the same show to show. People do that. You got to look for that kind of thing, though. Usually you just want to play something that's sort of been predetermined, or if you are like a musical group, you're going through stuff that's more predetermined than with a modular synthesizer. Modular synthesizer is, I am sitting down at this thing right now and I'm going to explore what I am capable of making and see if I can make something pleasing. It's very rare that you would go, I want to save that for later, because then you just rip out all the cables and it's all gone. Yeah, laptop DJs, the auto DJ is what they call it, what my friends call it. All right, so I'm willing to say that that is fixed. I don't think there was damage to the operational amplifiers for the output. The transconductance amplifier, I'm still debating on whether or not I want to change that out. Should we do it just to try it? I think we should do it just to try it. So that means, I guess I could turn this off. Ooh, a lot of squelching on that. Because that, honestly, that audio level should be blowing our heads off. DJ Spacebar. That's a good one. I like that. So we'll leave the cables in, and hopefully we can remember how it was hooked up before we took it apart. But we're going to change out that transconductance amplifier, and we're going to see if it blows our heads off when we actually hook it up. It could be down to the fact that I am not giving that gate signal enough oomph out of the crimes and ornamentation. The crimes and ornamentation hasn't been tuned, and this board probably also needs to be tuned as well. The M-303 would need to be tuned so that the voltages that it's getting in are the appropriate voltages, so that you have the right slope and range on the signal inputs. And that's a tough thing to tune. It's actually very difficult to do, but I can't do it. I just can't. I just can't. I don't have the stuff to do it. The user of this in the future may need to figure that out, how to either turn the dials or just tune this to the appropriate note per volt setup. Live songs out of samples that they've recorded on site. That takes a hell of a thing. I was always thinking about doing like a D&D campaign where I was one of those, it's like a bird class that you can choose that only speaks by repeating what people say. It's whatever that bird is in the wild. There's an actual bird who's basically just mimics sounds that it hears around. It'll do like buzz saws and stuff like that, as well as just the sounds of the forest. And I thought it would always be cool to have like a real deal sampler, like one of the ones that can really like, one of the really powerful samplers that you could operate very quickly. And so you could get people around the table saying stuff, and you could directly sample what they're saying in order to talk. It would be a hell of a thing to pull off, but I think it would be really, really cool to see. But you need like, you know, that kind of pro live sound equipment in order to do that. All right, so the transconductance amplifier is this little guy right here. And this little guy right here is responsible for the voltage-controlled amplifying portion of this setup. It is basically on the path of the audio. It gets into this thing, and it does the volume control, and it does all the, you know, all the other control signals that we've been using to get in there. That's what's doing our gate and stuff like that. That's the envelope generator down there. So gate and envelope, they all go into there. Trigger, accent, gate, all that good stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to replace that VCA, and that VCA, sorry, it's still on the computer. That VCA is this little guy right here. Hold on. This little guy right here. So this and this op amp are sort of the output stage of the entire show here. If I pull this thing out and I put a new one in, we might regain all of that volume, possibly. It could also be this. It could also be that I have to replace this TL07 too. I have those on hand as well. So I kind of want to give this a shot while we're at it and just replace these. Never guaranteed that I would do this exactly by the book. So I'm not really sure, you know, that 3 volt, plus minus 3 volts is usable, it's for sure. But I feel like having to turn down or turn up the volume on all this stuff to absolutely like super duper maximum maybe isn't the way that this thing should go down. Anybody with an M-303 could potentially correct me on that. And it could be actually my attenuator. Survived the shop. It was like being a crouton in an idiot soup. What'd you do? What shop? Car shop? My nephew asked me, it's like, how come you're not selling anything if you're a shop? I'm like, bro, workshop. Like, workshop. but I'm not making any money. Such a judgmental little twerp. We should put flux on this. I want to be nice to this board. By God, this thing has to survive this whole process. I don't want to do anything terrible to it. Oh, food shop. There are so many shops. There's so many different... Did you survive Photoshop? Food shopping is a unfortunately stressful activity. .6 volt peak to peak. We were getting 3, but it might have been down to the gate signal that we were giving it. Because remember, when I tweaked it a little bit, it started giving us much louder audio, but we were going 3 volts peak to peak. So I don't know, it's either this guy or it's Buddy over to the right. So let's get this one out of there and see that I have them in stock. I think I've got a couple of them. And then I guess while we're at it, let's replace the TL-072. Let's just do both of them. So we're going to make sure to get a lot of heat on this, but I don't want to shock the system, so I'm hovering my hand above a little bit and then dipping down in order to sort of press the issue. This is 500°C air, whereas my iron is 666 degrees Fahrenheit. So this is incredibly hot air, and it can kind of hurt stuff. The temperature finally broke around here. I feel like I can breathe again. We had a couple days where it was unseasonably warm. Oh, that's not good. Well, I think that cracked solder was on its way to heating up properly, so I don't think I totally ruined that. That looks like, it doesn't look like I peeled anything up. It looks like it was a little chunk of solder that was between them, maybe. That's just a weird result. Let's get the TL-072 out of here, too. They didn't even bother to try to hide this one. Too many people having reunions in the cheese aisle. You guys are a little bit more tight-knit. Sometimes I see people from my neighborhood when I go to the grocery store, but it's been pretty rare. Because I go at weird hours. You know, like after stream when it's like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. Everybody's sitting down for dinner and I'm out there shopping for cheese. 500°C hot air always smells so disgusting. You should probably clean out the area around your hot air station because it sounds like you're sucking in dust. If I don't use the hot air for a couple months, that initial burst of hot air is always pretty bad. But the air has been relatively unscented coming out of this one. Yeah, the burnt electrical hot smell, believe it or not, is dust getting warm. That's what that like interior of a radio smell is. It's just dust. It's skin cells. And shops, especially electronic shops, are filthy places. There is also that hot circuit board smell, though. That's its own category of smells. We should make a candle that's like a scented hot circuit board candle. Give it a blowout. Yeah, you might get better results. You might not. There we go. Nice and easy. Now we got to clean up. Now the TL-072 is kind of an annoying one because they didn't mark pin 1 with a little nub. Instead, they rely on you to be able to differentiate between a slightly filleted surface or chamfered surface and what is supposed to be a square surface, but it's not because they can't manufacture that. Nice and clean, looking good. This is a little weird. I don't know what happened there. Yeah, it's just a piece of solder. Okay. I have stared at this circuit for months. I know this like the back of my hand. I feel like I'm the only person, aside from the Acid Labs people who aren't responding to emails, that can fix these anymore. I'm sure there are people out there who can and just don't want to. The reason that I'm able to is that I'm not here to make money. I'm not here to make money. I'm going to get a tiny tithing from the person who sent this in, And they're, of course, covering all of the shipping, but I'm not out here to make cash off of these. That is not the part that I'm looking for. All right, so we need a oh God, the smell actually did get worse now that you mentioned the smell of using hot air. Using hot air gun for the first time in a month is my favorite smell. It's like you're burning all of the dust under your dresser. Yeah, it's actually, that's one of the manly, you know, the guy deodorant smells, because guys have to have manly deodorants. So burning oil is the one that I usually use, but when I don't have enough of that stuff, I'll use you know, hot air soldering gun and spray that under my pits. 4106. Is it 4106 there? Transconductance amplifier. Or is 4106 the one that the switch one? That's the BC817. We don't have to worry about that anymore. We got the right part. We can close some of these cluttery windows. So this 3086 is the super matched, which is the same thing as the CA3046. That's our plan. That's Seed Studio. We don't need that to be open. That's a good one to have open. I think we have it open twice. Node red, 303, close that one. Yeah, this we don't need. Oh my God, there's so many windows. Okay, so what I'm looking up is the, is it LM? Oh, I'm looking up LM 4106. I don't think that's right. It's sandals. Hold on. CD4106. 40106. Hex Schmidt trigger. Okay, so that's not. That's the Schmidt trigger. I know where that part is on the board, but I don't think there's anything wrong with this user's Hex Schmidt trigger. So we don't need that right now. What are you? I'm running out of these. Why can I not see? I think this is it. It's just, I want to make sure I'm not putting in the wrong part. I guess I'll drop it down if I've only got one left. Here. LM13700M. LM13700M is dual operational transconductance amplifier. It's basically a way to do a voltage controlled amplifier in a chip, which is kind of nice. Current controlled. I don't know what the difference. Voltage and current control. I guess that's, yeah. Current control is how the diode ladder filter works. Transconductance amplifier uses different inputs, push-pull output. The two amplifiers share common supplies, otherwise operate independently. Linearizing diodes are provided at the inputs to reduce distortion and allow higher input levels. The result is 10 dB signal noise improvement. Reference at blah 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 blah. So yeah, these are the parts. These are the amplifiers in the VCA. So we then go and replace them and make sure that I put them in the correct direction. Dumbass. I keep messing up stuff like this. So I make sure that I'm in check and that I have a reference to jumpers there and pin 1. And so we go back over to here and then we are looking at the board like this and we have jumpers there. And so pin 1 is facing up in our current scheme. So let me get that anchor pin. Don't have to use pin 1, but it's just the way that I do things. So I will go over to here. Make sure, is my board cool? Looking on the thermals? Yes, it is. Okay, good. I would love to figure out how to do a thermal microscope. I would need a lens, but the lenses are fairly expensive because they're special materials that are transparent to long wave infrared. LWIR is what the thermals run on. And the assembly for the thermal camera is very small indeed. I have an extra one. The temperature compensating lens that flips over the camera is a little bit broken on that one. So it would be cool if I could do a thermal microscope out of it. It's basically a pinhole camera, so focus isn't that much of an issue. But if we put a big lens in front of the pinhole, would it be able to look? Gear oil is always a good choice. You can use it as beard oil. Beard oil. I don't know about the health implications of that. Putting a carcinogen in my beard sounds bad, but I am an American, so I guess I'll have to. Why do you do this? Stuck to the thing. Okay. Why must you forsake me? All right, that's anchored down. Now, I'm going to get the TL-07 II. TL-07 IV, TL-07 II are very common in synthesizers and modular Eurorack stuff. It's a fairly stable operational amplifier. It's got a nice range of voltage that it can take. It can do plus minus 15 if you really want to push things, but it does plus minus 12. And so it's a nice sort of jelly bean part. These jelly bean parts are raw jelly beans, are of course supposed to be going on steak, but jelly bean parts are the ones that you want to keep around and have tons of, because they are so common that you find them in everything. And if you're building something and you're like, I need to choose an op amp, and you're like, well, maybe I put an instrumentation op amp in, or maybe I should put this one in or that one, and this one's super precision, and you get overwhelmed by choice, you go to your jelly beans and you go, all right, let's just put this in there and see if it works. And they're cheap because they're plentiful. They're sort of parts that span generations. The TL-07 IV, 7 II is not going out of vogue anytime soon. Where in the hell was pin 1? So I've got a thing over here. Pin 1 is facing towards the inside of the board. According to how I put this thing down. I hope I put it in the right, because the chip that we took out has like a 45-degree angle on it instead of that wonderful line that they put on the other one. You can see the slope of the edges on the square end of the pins right there. There is a heavier slope to this one, which means that it went in, I think it went in like this, which means pin 1 is over here. But instead, we have one with a line on it. My hands are kind of shaky today. I'm kind of cramping up as my glucose level. Let's see what my BG is doing. Where's my glucose level? Oh yeah, we're downward sloping, so that means, and actually that's a pretty good, it didn't get too high. Didn't get too hyperglycemic. Ugh. Although my throat is dry because I'm still 200. Oops, let's go back to here. And to put that one on the Stream Deck button. Or maybe I can put it behind a Bits redemption. Earn bits to check to see if Bother's having a diabetic episode. This goes here, and we're just going to drag it. Well, actually, iron in my right hand, so we'll bring you back over here. And then we'll solder down all the pins. I don't really think the passive stuff could go wrong in this circuit, although it is possible something like a diode like this could break. And there is a pretty significant looking crack across the bow of this thing. So maybe that diode went out. I could probably get the multimeter over here and test it, but I don't really think that that's what's wrong with this. The multimeter is a nice little diode tester that you can put to task on some of these things. See what's up. What's on the up and up with the circuit. Would be pretty cool if I could make a living off of repairing stuff like this, but there's no way. I just do it as kind of for fun. It looks not good. It probably functions just fine. We can always test it on the multimeter, but I have a feeling it's fine. It's funny how when we went to surface mount, the diodes insisted on keeping their glass containers, and they look cool. It looks really cool and like advanced. It looks like a cool little like futuristic battery or something sitting on the circuit. It's unfortunately extremely flimsy. So what I can see at this scale is that there's a line right there. And I'm not sure whether that line in the middle is supposed to be there or not. If that's a crack, then the diode could be bad. But if it's not, it's probably fine. I have no reason to believe that this diode would explode. We're putting in the op amp, a new op amp, which is also not very sensitive. So I don't know if this is the problem, but I'm just replacing everything that's making the output, the final output voltages, and seeing if that kicks us back into full power functionality out of this thing. But it's also possible that my setup is at fault and I'm not giving it the voltages that it would need to do full output. So these are precautionary steps. I probably don't need to be doing this. And like, we know the other facets of the design work. We know that the cutoff filter is working nicely. So these transistors are fine. They're being used as diodes. Because when you boil it down, a transistor is 2 diodes. In terms of the stacking of the silicon. Silicone. Silicone. All right, now for comfort, I'm flipping you around. The other side. I never knew these 303s to be so fiddly, but they really don't like it when you punch them with the 12 volts on ground and plus 12 volts in their 5-volt hole. So I'm a big fan. Anything that I'm making, that I'm producing a circuit board for, I'm putting multiple protections on that power line to make sure that my dumbass friends will never blow up their synthesizers. This looks a little bit less soldered. Make sure that I drag solder up to the top of the pin. It's a little too much solder, but it's fine. It should work just fine for everybody. And then just to put it to bed, I'm going to test that diode and make sure that we get a 0.7 volt drop. These high voltage probes are a menace. That was like a finger stick. I've drawn blood for this circuit. I went to grab this thing, and because of the magnet hanger, the probe pins are really close to the magnet hanger. So you go to grab it, and then the thing twists like this, and it ends up piercing your finger. These things are sharp, and for a very good reason. It's because there is a minor layer of oxidized. It's minorly oxidized, the things on here. And so when you poke down on it with a pin, you can break through that layer of oxidation. I can even get through a solder mask using this thing. But that's the reason why I use the high voltage probes. The Fluke high voltage probes. So if we put this on to diode mode, which is also the beeper mode, and since beeps are absolutely my worst enemy, we rarely use this mode except just to test diodes. The ohms mode will give you more information about your circuit. You should not be using the beep mode. So if I go black to the bar and this to there, it's not cracked. We have a 0.6 volt drop across the diode. It works perfectly fine. One of the few diodes on the board. Are there any others? I mean, those we know work. There's a couple here. Test this one. Wrong way. Well, it says 1.8 volts, but oh no, that is the wrong way. 1.8 volts in the wrong direction. This should say 0.6. 1.2. Okay, maybe this is like a Zener or something. Beep, 0.6. And then opposite way. Beep, 0.6. Okay, 0.6. There we go. Cool. All right, so yeah, the diodes work. They should be fine. I didn't test those two up there. I'm not going to test them. They're fine. They're fine. Everything's fine. How are you? All right, so out of the surgery table, back into the circuit. Be absolutely certain that we plug this thing in the right way. Remember, there's no documentation, there's no board markings telling you how to plug this thing in. which is really annoying. Han Solo mentioned. Han Solo mentioned. Hold on, let's get this back together too. Tomorrow I actually have a Teardown Friday to do. We have something to take apart and actually observe how it works and how it functions, and maybe we can put it into a slightly different packaging because I don't want all that plastic around. But we'll find out what that is tomorrow. Always nice to have a plan. And I may, depending on how this went right now, may be able to package this thing up and send it back in a timely manner. Dave, unfortunately, is going to have to be waiting in the breeze. The unique way by which we've screwed up his synthesizer means that he has to wait a little longer on it. It was my first test subject, after all. Okay, no markings on the power plugs, because if you're only buying from Acid Labs, you have this cool silver-looking synthesizer that you can do all kinds of stuff with, and you can flip all these internal and external signals, blah, blah, blah. You would daisy chain the same cable across the entire thing, and everything's plugged in exactly the same way. But we're Eurorack. We have a slightly different schema to our power. And so our power plug, we need to observe the stripe as -12. And on this, no labels, that bottom row of pins across from the jumpers is -12. There's no other indicator of this except for in the manual and online. And so who's going to get this in the mail and read a freaking manual before they plug it in and start doing their best Carl Cox impression? No, you are going to plug this thing in immediately, and you're going to plug it in the logical way, which would be to plug it in directly like this. If I flip that switch, I blow this thing up, and I have to replace those 4 parts again. And again, and again, and again, and again, and again. This is an IDC cable that is not a normal IDC cable. Normal IDC cable, if you have a pin on the edges, it will not plug in. This cannot physically plug in. And it's not because of the keyway, it's because there is an overrun on the pins on either side. So when you have a shrouded connector, you need to have the appropriate number of pins, not over it, not under it. Those will not plug in unless you really force it and bend the pins off to the side. 3M then came along and said, hey, why don't we make something that's just bullshit? And so they created this BS connector that circumvents all of those lockouts. So even though this, if this were not a shrouded plug and it was just a row of headers with the appropriate amount of pins, we wouldn't be able to plug this thing in. But no, 3M went, no, let's undo that and let's add little cutouts for the pins on the edges. So that means that this can index anywhere it feels like. What problem were you solving with this, 3M? Why does this exist? Why does this exist? What it means is that Acid Labs can save pennies on the dollar, and instead of telling you, you know, they can barely document things and tell you that you're supposed to go off by 2 rows so that your pin 1 hits this bottom row. That's what you're supposed to do. Stripe, bottom row, offset 2 pins. Now, I'm not going to sit here and act like, you know, I'm on a soapbox right now, so I get to say whatever I want about the people that designed this thing. I'm sure there were requirements. I'm sure there was a lot of consideration that went behind it. Engineers are fairly serious people, so, and especially for the Germans, yeah, maybe you cannot plug it in wrong because that is incorrect. There is room over here for a shrouded IDC connector. It's not that many pins. You know, if you're not using 5 volts, it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. It's a 10-pin connector. 10-pin connector. We're not talking about a ton of circuit real estate here. I feel like with a little massaging, you could fit that right there. And maybe you just don't solder it in. Maybe you just don't solder it in. Maybe you have users solder it in for people who want to use it as a Eurorack module. But like, you know, anyway. Aside from that, putting diodes on your ±12 is always a nice thing to do. What's up, Proteus? How you doing? So anyway, that aside, all the cursed stuff aside, plug this thing into power. Get that in here. Yeah. Get that in here. 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 Go. Has to line up just right. So we functionally replaced nearly every single chip on this thing. The only other thing that I could potentially replace would be that Schmidt trigger chip and maybe one of the other TL072s. But I think enough of this stuff has been swapped out that if we don't get the voltages that I think we should get, then I don't know. I'm willing to say that this thing is fully fixed. I'm curious to see what happens here, though, because if we get a significant amount of output from this, I'll be pleasantly surprised. So this goes to output. This thing is already plugged in. It was blue going into CV. Green was going into envelope out. Orange was a nomad. And then this one went to gate. And then our other gate comes back here into a CV. And so this could go wherever I want it to. We're going to put it in, let's do accent in. And that should enable this thing to create noise, because what's happening is the CV in is influencing the note that this thing is hitting. That's the frequency. The connector's so wrong. It's like, why does it exist? So CV in is our note. Gate in enables audio output in the way that it does. It's got a decay associated with it. And then our output is, of course, the combination of the filter, the VCA, and all that stuff. So we have an envelope out that's triggering a change of note over here. And then we have the gate coming from an LFO that's doing just a square. So we go gate for a little bit, note change gate, note change gate, note change gate. This thing won't come back with the same settings as it had before, but let's just turn this on. Nobody's sucking down too much power. We go to hemisphere, and then we find what we had it tuned to before. We were using this one with relative success, and then this one goes to the LFO. Where did it? Does it just choose random parts in the menu? Where's my LFO? Well, that might be a cool one. Oh my god, Willow is just barking at everything right now. Where is the thing that I had? What is she doing? She's just going woo woo. Woo. Woo woo. Wait a minute, where did it go? LFO, where are you? Basically looking for the one that's 2 lines. Did it vanish? It's like you don't get that one anymore. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right, and let's up the frequency a little bit. Bump, 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 bump. Volume up, envelope gate, all that stuff is there. Why are we not getting an output? Is it accent in that's doing it? No? Oh, did I turn off the speakers? Nope, speakers are up. Volume here is up. Tune is there. We can tune it back down a little bit. CV in coming from the note thingy. Oops, no, not you. Not envelope follow. We've got different notes coming out. Oh, no, the plug thing is plugged. We should be getting power. Hold on, gotta troubleshoot. Something's not happening. We are plugged in correctly. Yeah, that's pin 1 and pin 1. I'm just double checking all of that. That looks good. VCA, gate, volume. Is somebody in backwards? What's heat look like on this thing? That's where the heat usually is on the 303. I mean, we looked carefully to see that everything was put in the correct direction, so these things should be working just fine. I do have the chips to put back in. I kept them, so. We're not seeing anything like runaway current, and the areas of the board where I installed stuff is cool. Check our VCO for output. Okay. Gate in. May not be punching it hard enough. Oh, because it needs to be like a square wave. That's the wrong one. Okay. Well, I had it set up the same way, but apparently I don't like it. Let's see. Output is definitely going to output. There's something with the gate that's not happening here. Usually we just did this until it worked. Oh, why is VCO, CV, and CV in? No, that wasn't it, though. VCA in is a... So that's not controlling the VCA. Turn the cutoff way up, turn the resonance way up, mod to normal, tune up and down, try a triangle wave. I mean, we're definitely making the output. It's just for some reason now nothing is happening. Neat. Prevailing theories would be that maybe I got the TL07.4 backwards. TL07.2 rather, backwards. We were careful about that though. Something's funky with the gate circuit. Yeah, what is going on with it? I mean, it could be down to my setup, but I'm pretty sure this is repeatable. And we got it to work before. But that was with the different chips in. The two chips that are sitting right over here that I've got ready to go back in. Yeah, well, it's not the driver, it's the amplifier. Because this is working just fine. Oh my god. Yeah, so that's hitting all kinds of different notes and it's got a lot of ass behind it, but it would be down to this triggering the gate properly. What if I put this one in a gate? That's just a different style of gate. Son of a bitch. Push on the board. All right, let's double check what's going on here. So power and ground we should see on particular pins. So let me do a V trace. And so I've got color-coded powers in -12 here. -12 should be going to pin 4, and 8 should be +12. And then we have the same thing going to, you know, this part of the chip and everything. But I just want to make sure that this is proper. Yeah, pin 8 and pin 4 are those identities. So I think I put that in correctly. Let's just double check. I mean, we might as well double check. I can't trust anything anymore. Can't even trust my own soldering iron. This is excruciating. I don't know why this would not be functioning properly. Did I get sold counterfeit transconductance amplifiers? You know, that's possible. My parts procuring is not exactly the least shady thing in the world. This is connected properly. Stripe, bottom pin. Double check that all these are in correctly. What an annoying thing today. You guys can you guys like get any sense for why this stuff is so annoying to me? Why we're still working on this and it's been like 6 months of M-303s. I'm so mad. Dave could have saved me months of struggle by not plugging this thing in all stupid. And then I could have saved myself a couple of months of work by not plugging everything in all stupid. Carefully rock it back and forth. Double check. See that we put everything in the proper way. And there's no, like, weird connections or less soldered components. That looks, I mean, that's relatively well soldered in. Ah, scratchy noises from the headphone plug. You stay over there. That's where pin 1 should be. And that's where also pin 1 should be. So those are incorrectly. Why is the gate stuff suddenly failing? That strikes me as a little bit odd. TL072C, and this is in fact the exact part number because the one that came out is a TL072C. So pin 4, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Could it be one of the caps or resistors? That's a tough one to find. I have probed around the board with the multimeter, not this specific board, but I've probed around on one of these boards with the multimeter to check that kind of stuff. Generally, that's not something that would fail in a circuit like this, but you know, push comes to shove, it may get down to having to check that by just ohming out from pad to pad. Pad to pad to pad. That's how I fixed the subwoofer that my friend gave me. He said, you know, I got this Harman Kardon giant subwoofer, and it stopped working. I'm like, ooh, vibrations. So I took it apart and I replaced a couple like things on a module, and then I was looking at like, well, what's going on with it? It's shutting down randomly. Oh, okay, there's a circuit board that's responsible for the timed shutdown of the whole subwoofer. So I grab that circuit and I look at it and I'm like, this looks fine. I start poking around and ohming things out just because, and then I happen to hit one side of a resistor and try to hit a pad that was further down the circuit. So like, it would be like hooking up to this 10K and then measuring at the other side of this resistor over here. And I found that there was a break, and the break was subtle. It was just like a hair, like I wouldn't say hairline because a hair is even thicker. It was just a microscopic line on the trace where it broke off from vibrating too much. So I scraped up the pad and just simply connected it again. And now I have a big subwoofer that works really well. Big theater subwoofer down here. Home theater subwoofer. I don't know what else could be wrong, or if anything is wrong. Why wasn't I getting anything out of it when these are clearly soldered in? The only thing that maybe would be it is if this is not what it says it is, the LM13700M. But from what we know, and from its layout in the circuit, the LM13700M is a perfect fit for this area, considering what I was doing with the reverse engineering. I didn't get totally through this area. I haven't fully reverse engineered it, but it does seem like it's fine. Yeah, it's, pin 1 looks weird, but that just looks weird compared to my other soldering. Here, wait, where is that? Like this pin 2 looks like it may not be soldered, but it is. You can see the solder flowing down from the pin. Maybe we'll just make sure about that. Maybe that is what was going on. If it's down to one singular solder pad, that's very frustrating, but we'll try it. I'll try it. Try anything. Get the iron back on, get the solder back down here. Can you look at the other board and see if those differ? No, because the other board is this was the example of one from the wild. I don't have a working one, unfortunately. I have two broken ones that were broken in the same way. One of them has been in my possession longer and is a little bit more altered than the other one. I gotta somehow get both of these working again. The positioning of pin 1 in the chip, no, it's correct. That's correct. I triple checked that. That's the way it should be. And on the chip itself, if I unview the ICs, you can see the dot is right here. So I don't know what's going on. And also the chip that used to be there, you can check the VOD if you really want to be crazy, but The chip that used to be there was facing in this direction. You know, with a little bit of image manipulation, we might be able to actually get the part number out of that and just verify that it's LM13700. But the power, the positive and negative power that goes into this chip is in a unique spot, which points towards it being that chip. So, man, I don't know. Could the other TL074s be at fault? I'm not sure. That's a voltage regulator over there. The LM31 or whatever. And there's one other, I think there's one other TL074. Somewhere around here. Yeah, there it is. TL072 rather, sorry. There's one other TL072, but these are pretty robust little chips. I don't think they're the ones that are dying on us. Plus, we replaced that whole transconductance amplifier, and that's what made the thing go blank now. But having put solder on the pins, maybe we can put this back together again, and it'll work. Now, that's upside down, because these holes don't line up. So I gotta flip it. Flip it. All right, so that's the way it goes. This is just going to take a while. Unfortunately, we can't really like pry in on the signal. Oh yeah, this is the third layer of BS about this module, is that they use the same number of pins on the header in two locations, which is easy to, you know, it's easy to not think about this kind of thing. But you can accidentally plug this thing in upside down, and there's no provisions to safety you from that because you're not supposed to take this apart. But when you do plug it in wrong, it looks like this. So things are off by just a little bit, but it does in fact plug in completely topsy-turvy. Yeah, as if the flagrant connector nonsense wasn't enough for this thing, the person who's fixing your module could accidentally put it on backwards. And I essentially did that because I was trying to put flat cables between the two so that I could poke in on the circuit and actually figure out what was going on. I wanted to trace the waveform from synthesis to output. And I couldn't do it without desoldering the two headers, putting them on backwards, putting flat cable in there, and then I got them twisted. I'm so sorry, Dave. Also makes me wonder what the top two pins are for. They are internal like control voltages for the daisy chain schema of the Acid Labs synthesizer, Eurorack synthesizer stuff. So you would daisy chain all these together and then to a power supply, and you'd be able to internally route certain signals. So you could send everybody the same rhythm and some stuff like that. You flip a switch and tell it to go internal. But if you're plugging it into regular Eurorack power, you need the stupid offset connector that should not exist. Yeah. I don't think Acid Labs specifically set out to make people buy more modules by blowing them up. I don't think they're that sinister. I think it was more a factor of, well, this is how we're doing things. And they didn't really think about it. But in turn, they created the most blow-upable module of them all. And it's the reason why people are careful to add Schottky diodes and shrouded connectors to all their stuff. Yeah, well, it's more, this is like the lessons learned module. So let's see, this one was our, not our gate. So this, we just put them on the filter. I forget where that one went. Oh, but the envelope out is there to trigger new new notes. There we go. And then this one is going to be the envelope. It goes into gate in. And then this one was nomadic. And blue was our CV input. I think. Yeah, I think that's how everything went in. Okay, power. Nobody's doing crazy stuff. Good. Oops, I went into the calibrator again. Go to hemisphere. And we select the LFO with this one. There we go. This one gets the piano roll on A4. And then this gets, geez, these are hard to adjust. Gets a speed upgrade. Up to like 4, so we're doing doot, 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 doot. I see if you could just give the gate like 5 volts or whatever it expects. I think I am giving it what it expects. We were able to get this thing running. I mean, come on. A little slower. Beep, 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 beep. Yep, that's pretty good. Nope, that's not it. That's to do one shot. Nope. So it's hitting both triggers at the same time. So it's going to change notes over here, but it's not changing notes. Why isn't it changing notes? This thing is connected to power properly, right? Maybe all of that strife that we had before was it not being connected to power. Nope, it's connected to power, and it is properly connected to power. I've got all the right voltages and all the right places. Everything's popping off, sparkling, if you will. If I check over here, we're going to have a lot of noise. Oh yeah, that's a lot of noise. So is envelope out not giving us... Take that off. Gate in is coming from this channel over here. This channel over here should be giving us a gate-like signal. So we should be getting burp, 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 burp. But we're not. I'm starting to think that maybe that part isn't what we thought it was. That's not an LM-13700. In which case I can put the old part back in, but actually the part that we have on there is not scratched off, but this is one of the ones that I bought, the LM-13700. So it might not necessarily be this chip. It's weird though, because it does seem to line up in the schematic. Everything seems to be pretty much in line when that happens. What could the problem possibly be at this point? And like, we know the voltages that go into this thing. We know where pin 1 is. We know where pin 8 is. So that is in there correctly. Double checked this one. This one's in there correctly. What could be the problem? But our definitive result was when I replaced this chip, it no longer makes noise. So damn it. How could I have the wrong part? Maybe I need to look up variation. Okay, so this is starting to move now. So we have sort of that scheme. Just give it a second to charge up and maybe it starts working. Cut off all the way up, resonance somewhere tolerable. We should be seeing a bunch of different notes coming out of it. That's about right. I mean, what if I did VCO to VCF? VCO out, VCF in. Which is what happens anyway, but nothing. That's just the accent in. I don't think that's going to do anything. Control voltage, voltage controlled amplifier in. Gate in, and that's being fed from there. What if I feed it from the other one? Yeah, so the amplification area is bad. And I think that's me. That's on me for replacing that chip. That chip didn't blow up, but it seems like maybe it's a different, it's supposed to be something else. What I'm looking at in the thermals is I'm looking between these two boards, and that chip is located, I think, down here. and there's no heat source down there. I mean, that chip is within specifications, so nothing hinky is going on with the chip itself. I don't think we're breaking the chip. I wonder if there's a different chip that is configured differently. If I just have the wrong thing, because it was a suggestion from chat what that chip was, but the transconductance amplifier looks like what's in the TB303. So like this thing right here with the MOSFETs and the chippy thingy, in here, when we go to the VCA, that's the mixer, headphone mixer, PSU, we're making our thing here. Envelope, VCA 5.3. Is that this right here? I think that's right here. So this is the VCA. But this is a different design, so this is a different thing. AC3. What parts do they have up here? I don't think they have the transconductance amplifier, unless it's the LA4140. I don't think so, though. Yeah, there's the op amps. Hex flip-flop. That's the microcontroller. MC14066 quad analog switch, quad multiplexer. So that's that switching thing, that weird symbol. Multiplex, dual flip-flop. What is this thing? LA4140. Oh God, it's so old. So half a watt as fuck power amplifier. 0.5 WAF, bro. Output power, 6 volts, blah, 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 blah. Work it, bother, you got this. The cheerleading. You know it's bad when chat has to pick your mood up by cheerleading you. Okay, so this is an equivalent of a transconductor amplifier, I think. It'd be similar. And so did Acid Labs put that in there? I mean, what other iconic... See, I don't know a lot about the synthesizer music production, like chips and stuff like that, because there are ones that people like to use, and there are common ones that you can find in a bunch of different devices. And so as such, a user in chat was able to look at the sort of whatever the stuff was that we were looking at, and I was kind of scratching my head going, what the heck is this? What could possibly take power in on this pin and this pin? It's kind of a weird place to put it. And so they were like, oh, it's a what is this thing? LM13700. Oh, it's an LM13700. I'm like, how the hell did you know that? And the way that they knew that was through working on synthesizers, working on modular synthesizers. So the LM13700 is a fairly well-known thing. And pin 11 and pin 6 for V plus and V minus. Turn on our voltage trace. Well, I didn't fully vet out what pins, but I mean, pin 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That one goes here, which goes up to here, which goes to this one, which goes up and around to this side. So that's negative 12, because that goes over here to pin 4 of the op amp, and pin 4 is VDD. So then on plus, on pin, what was it? Yeah. So that's pin 6 for V minus, pin 11 for V plus. Hold on, sorry. V plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and pin 11. Of course, I've already written over this, but even if I just get rid of the V trace. Oh wait, there's the V trace layer. So yeah, V plus goes under the chip. We removed all the chips and took a look at what circuit traces ran under the chips. I did that to Dave's module, not this one. But yeah, V plus, it goes up here, over to here, A big junction there, but it's peeling off this way. This is a decoupling capacitor for the positive voltage. We come back over here, up to this pin, jump through the via to the top layer of the board, down to another decoupling capacitor for this chip, and it goes to pin 8, which is V+ on a TLO72. So apart from the fact that maybe I have counterfeit parts, that's all I can really think of it, this thing appears to be wired in the unique way that it is powered. So maybe there's a similar, hey, what's up, Super Henrik? How you doing? Welcome to Twitch. Yeah, I haven't been really following what's been going on. Oh, Gonad has been streaming and actually gave me a shout out 2 days ago. Oh, I see. Okay, so nothing has happened this stream. There's been no activity at all. And boy howdy, am I not fixing this part. This synthesizer appeared to have worked until I replaced this chip right here. I thought this chip was dead. Why am I unable to get any signal out of it? And it seems like in the past, hooking it up to the Crimes and Ornamentation, just earlier this stream, we had it running just fine. I replaced this part specifically, and it stops working. Perhaps we have the wrong part, but the transconductance amplifier that we chose, the LM13700, it works, I think, in the range that this thing does. Let's check here. Supply voltage 36 VDC or plus minus 18. Huh. 36 volts or plus minus 18. We're giving it plus minus 12. Are we not within the specifications of this thing? V plus single supply configuration, 9.5. In a dual supply configuration, the minimum is 4, and the dual supply configuration, -4. So plus minus 4.7 volts. We're at plus minus 12. We're just right there in the sweet spot of the whole thing. It would be kind of counterproductive for them to not have something that functions in 12 volts. So everything's in spec. Why is it not working? All right, so I'm hitting it with the LFO, and I'm using that as a gate. And it is hitting it enough that it is triggering a new note. You guys can't really see it very well, but this thing is flipping to a new note. Unfortunately, these screens are a little bit flashy. I don't know if there's a good way for me to stabilize this one. Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't really stabilize it. It's just going to be a little flashy for you guys. So what's happening is I'm taking a gate signal here, triggering the gate, getting an envelope out from the gate, and using that to trigger this gate. So that means that the triggering signals are indeed going through, but they are not being recognized by the M303. And this is similar to what happened when we had the power off. But if I come up here and I listen to the VCO, it's doing stuff. And if we take that VCO out and we put it in the VCF in, all we're doing is just bypassing Actually, no, we're just taking it external for no reason, because that's all it does, is it goes to that one. So when I mod the envelope, nothing is happening. And the two potentiometers that are for tuning are for tuning the levels of, what do you call it? The note and how it responds to volt per note. So this not working is not supposed to be what's going on here. This is supposed to be working just fine. That's doing its thing. It's just the gate isn't enough. Not enough. I don't think I have a sensitivity control on that thing. Oh, how frustrating was that? What the heck? Well, the thing is I can switch it from gate to VCA. I can switch it back and forth. And yeah, the parts that we replaced are definitely at fault here, right? So I still have the old one that I can put back in and get it back to where it was. And it may be down to, like, the specific part is kind of wrong. This, you should have heard it earlier. We had the thing actually making some acidy, housey noises because of this little schema that I've got going on. It's just so annoying that it doesn't listen to our gate anymore. What if we find, let's find something that'll actually trigger the gate at a certain rate. Maybe there's another tool that I can use here. This does have a MIDI out, so if I wanted to plug it into the computer, I don't know if I can directly plug it into like a MIDI instrument, but yeah, see, maybe the metronome. So I don't really know what's happening with this. Where is it outputting? This would be changing notes if something was happening. It's like, nah. Nope, 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 nope. Logic, gated VCA, delay, game of life, Euclid X? I don't know, man. I don't know what any of these do. See, this is the one that actually gives us a signal that the thing can use. You can see that this started rolling the notes by. I'm good. I think I already ruined this thing. I think I broke it. I don't know if that, I don't think that means that I'm good. Is Cumulus? Is that what that's called? What? What kind of a name for a... Cumulus. Oh, you know, that's on me. I think that one's on me. I do not know why we're not acid housing right now. Now I can put the chips back in. I can put the transconductance amplifier back in, and that may be actually a big clue as to what's wrong with Dave's module, is that we got the wrong part. There's some other kind of amplifier of that nature that needs to go in there that this one is similar to, but not compatible. This one is not directly compatible with it. We're well within the voltage range that we should be for the thing too. That's the weird part. So I don't know what this chip is. We've got another one of these mystery chips. We could get really close to the microscope and see if we can see markings on this, which I think is what we should do real quick right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to the other view here, because this may be the key to it all. This may be the key to repairing both Dave's and my intrepid, trustful viewers' synthesizers, is getting an ID on this stupid freaking part. I have a Z-axis that I just got to get over here. Let's try to figure out what this thing is. So I'm gonna put one of the rings on my microscope here. We're gonna get into some really high-powered magnification. Little fluffy clouds. That on there. Put this up here. Oh yeah, cumulonimbus is a little fluffy cloud. Yeah, and I think that's what they were going for. It's just I read it wrong, and I was like, ew. I thought they were saying something else. Everything is blue. And I see in a blue door, everything is purple. Okay, so we get that closer, and then we try to focus it back and forth. Zoom back and forth. There we go. We're seeing the very fibers of our being. We can lift this up a little bit to help get focus. Oh, the power supply voltage. Gotcha. 50 seconds of latency? That's like 2 days ago. Did the substation get blown over or something? What's going on with you? Northern England to not that far away, east coast of America. East Coast America. I do not see numbers in this. My end. My bit rate is good right now. There must be something that I can't control. Yeah, I'm at like 6,000. Yeah, I think I'm. Oh, which Twitch server am I on? I forget. I set it up specifically. We've got. Yeah, YouTube chat works. Stream keeps pausing and shutting off and buffering. What the? So something with my substation, I guess. But my bitrate connection to Twitch says it's good. Usually that would tank. I don't have a lot of viewers either. 70 seconds? So that's why nobody's watching today, is that my something is just messed up. I should be getting partner priority though. What happens if you hit that thing with a little alcohol? Yeah, we'll hit it with some goof off, but it's not really, I don't think that's going to do it. I think they got below the laser when they scratched these off. That's crazy that you guys get so much latency. I think that hurts me in terms of viewers. Let me do a quick little, like, speed test. Oh yeah, we're full. We've got 500 right now. Oh god, my upload is terrible. Well, I'm also streaming, so. That was a YouTuber that said they were 70 seconds behind. Oh no, that was a Twitcher. Yeah, check the 10 upload. Ugh. Well, we're also streaming right now, so it's not going to look that good. But I hate how Verizon hamstrings that upload. What does this say? We've got stream health. Stream's healthy. Stream status excellent. Audio streams are good. Almost 6 seconds of latency, and I'm in Ohio. Why? What? What's going on with Twitch then? If it's me or Twitch, let's check Twitch status. Twitch status. See if they're having any issues. 2.5 seconds. You guys should have low latency. Twitch says it's completely operational. I don't want to have to do that thing again where I got to start and stop my own stream. I can't believe you guys would be that far behind. Oh, did we just hit a patch? We're in for some chop? Yeah, my bitrate chart. Oh, well, my viewers are going up too. That's weird. All right, I'm gonna get a Q-tip here and punch this thing with just a little bit of cleaning solution and see if nothing comes out of it. We can't see anything. It's weird for me if I reload the stream, it works for a bit and then stops. What the fuck? What is going on? I want answers. I want my stream to be stable and fast for everybody. That kind of delay is really not beneficial to us. Because you guys will make these little quippy comments on stuff, and I'll totally whiff on the quippy comment and not know what the hell you're talking about if the delay is that much. Internet just has days where it slows crap. It's very windy out. I don't know if that affects... I'm not doing anything with satellite, so the wind shouldn't be affecting mine. That is well and truly scraped. That was a power tool that did this, not just somebody with a knife. It almost looks like in the topography you can make out just a little bit of a part number in there. No, there's nothing. That has been scraped down to the core. YouTube stream is stuck. Twitch is smooth. Mine was freaking out, had to close Twitch and reopen. Of course, it had to play ads. Oh, jeez, I'm sorry. Yeah, nobody usually gets this deep scraping an IC. We were able to do CSI investigation and get the other IC's identity because they didn't scrape it too far down. Don't panic, it's all good now. There was a big breeze outside. I don't know if that was the cause. Damn it, Acid Labs. And the thing is, the only reason we know the identity of some of the parts is from that repair thing. I don't know where we would source anything else, any other information on it, aside from the TB303 manual. But they're not using the same parts because Acid Labs went out and found parts that were still being produced. So we know N24, we know N30, we know Q25, and we know R166. We do not know what this part down here, N42, is. And they won't respond to my emails. They won't respond to my emails. Acid Lab. Is it Acid Labs? It's Acid Lab. M-303 schematic. We only get the manual. Anybody got one of these? I blew it up because I plugged it in wrong. They're talking about pinouts. So yeah, this is tough because I've been through this thread a couple times. I don't think there's any information in here. There are pictures of other people's, but I believe that they scraped the same ICs. Yeah, so what and this is part of the show is teaching you guys how to look at this stuff too. But yeah, see, that one's definitely super scraped off. So what we're dealing with is what may be a transconductance amplifier, and maybe the part number is just a little bit different from what we think it is, because over here, I've done the tracing for the power and the ground on this thing. So if I get the V traces out of here, we know that pin 6 and pin 11? 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, pin 6 and pin 11 are V plus and V minus. They're definitely hooked up to power plus 12 volts and minus 12 volts. We know that. It appears as though, due to the connection of all of the other stuff on these things, that it is some kind of a transconductance amplifier. But what it may not be is an LM13700. So another part in that family with a similar pinout, because it does appear as though they are using those Darlingtons properly. They have them hooked up to stuff. So I think it is a transconductance amplifier. We just don't know which one. There's the beginnings of the markings over there. Where's the LM13700s that I have? Hold on, I'm going to get another one and pull it out and show it next to this thing. I guess I don't have to do that. So we have two lines. I need a pointer. My fingies are too big. We have the beginnings of a part number right here, but this thing has been scraped to shit with like a Dremel. Usually they're not so adamant about scraping away part numbers, but in this case, we got totally hosed. There's nothing left. And I probably have the old one from Dave's, and I think it was scraped to a similar degree. But here's what I replaced it with. LM13700. This thing looks, I don't know, this chip looks a little weird. I don't think I got a counterfeit LM13700. I don't think I did. But if I did, that would be the reason that it doesn't work. What do you know about... Oh yeah, I already read that. Yeah, I haven't fully reverse engineered around this thing, but it does look like it is being used in the way that would be described, like how you would want to hook up a transconductance amplifier. It basically is another stage in there, and the M-303 is, of course, following the same block diagram as the TB-303, which I've got right here. And so our transconductance amplifier would be this part right here. And then that goes down into another stage of amplification. There's a volume knob, and then there's another amplifier, and that's our TL072. The transconductance amplifier gets a bunch of control inputs and then outputs to our volume knob. But we replaced this part, and now nothing happens. Nothing goes on. Nothing's doing. So let's go to DigiKey. Let's go out to the movies. Let's go out to DigiKey. DigiKey. We're looking up transconductance Sense amplifier. Instrumentation, op amp, buffer amp, special purpose amps, or op amp evaluation boards. I'm going to go with the one that has 59 results because I think that'll probably be our most ample searching here. Packaging usually narrows it down and stuff in stock, but we're not totally... This thing was made in the early 2000s. When was this thing made? It was made like 20... Actually, I think this was from 2014. So in stock might actually do us a good job there. But instead, let's focus on what we actually know about this thing. We know that it's some kind of a transconductive amplifier. We know that it works over a certain voltage, although I don't really want to put that in. We know that it is surface mount, and we know that it is a 14-pin SOIC. And that narrows it down to 7 results. We didn't even put a package in here. We didn't do a cut tape or anything, so it's going to be multiple of the same exact part again and again and again. Max 435 SD. 4 days from Rochester Electronics. You son of a bitch. Let's look at the data sheet. Absolutely not. Absolutely not what we're doing here. That's not us. So the Maxim part is out. And Maxim's always got to do stuff weird. I might have some Max 435 somewhere. Looks like we didn't quite get what we were looking for. Wait, it's not 14 pins. How many pins is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 16 pins. The LM13700, yes, that is the VCA that I have currently. That's the one that I put in. So let's go to the before times and get rid of our pin number. Give me that 16-pin SOIC. Back one more. Oh, I guess I had to hit like the reset button or something. So 16-pin SOIC. Good Lord, I don't know which one. Let's just choose them all. Now it's 16 results. BA622A. This is the one that the M-303 says they replaced with a modern equivalent. And so the LM13700, that's the BA is the original one. Well, we can look up that. That's a Roland chip? Wow. Voltage-controlled amplifier IC from the SH101 TB303. Why should I care? I'm making a UN mod, I believe the SH101, blah, 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 blah. References the good heads at Open Music Labs have managed to clone that, and they sell it for $12. Of course, we're not putting that in there. Synth Parts California, company in Texas, repair service. So yeah, if you have an original TB303, you can fix it up. But in our case, we have one that has been modernized. So we have something like the LM13700, LM13700M, DR2G, the NE5517. Think about, like, if you were German, what would you do? In buffer, V plus and V minus on pins 6 and 11. So our unique pinout is going to work against us. So yes, there are multiple manufacturers that are making stuff that is compatible, 44 or plus minus 22. What does it mean if the voltage is negative? That just means that we're referencing off of 0. What we say is 0. So if you offset 0 to a certain level, then you've got above it and you've got below it. So you can think of it that way. That can mask over a lot of the issues that you would have. Ground is 6 volts. Or, well, in this case, ground is 12 volts. Plus 12 is 24 volts. 0 volts is ground. It's just one of those things. We just offset the number line, and that makes it a lot easier for us to work in AC. I've been here, I've been listening for the last 50 minutes. Thought better to make myself known. All right, well, good to see you. That's how I think of it, and I know it can get confusing, but we can have negative voltages in electronics because it's all just potentials for electrons to flow from place to place. And if you're Veritasium, then, you know, yeah, it's charges that are enabling electrons to flow. Thanks. We all appreciate you splitting the hairs of the atom on that one. That really moved the conversation forward, you friggin' semantic prick. No, but it's you think of the electrons as flowing, and they're potentials for electrons to flow. And so you have a lower potential, and so stuff moves in that direction. That's just the way it is. And if you're Ben Franklin, you get it backwards, and everybody else is screwed for the rest of the time. Yeah, we have a little bit of hair on our atoms. So it looks like the transconductance amplifier is a fairly common thing. We have about 16 parts that we can compare to one another. So the LM137 versus NE5517. It's got a 17 in the part number. The 17s are conspiring. So let's pull this data sheet over here, and let's find our LM13700 data chart. And let's see if the failing could be between these two parts. Now, since it's a transconductance amplifier, it is just comparing two voltages. It is still just doing what an amplifier does, but it is also able to get an input bias from a pin. So this one operates in 36 to 18, whereas the other one is 44 or plus minus 22. This one has a much wider range of acceptable voltage than plus minus 18, although we are still in the good range with both of these. 1125 milliwatts. I don't think it's going to give us that information. We get milliamps. 570, so this one's a lot hungrier. Not that that really affects us. Buffer output current, 20 milliamps. Operating junction temperature. Stage storage temperature and all that stuff. 0 to 70 C. Input offset change. This guy's listing possible VCA chips. Oh yeah, let's look at that then. Yeah, it's hard to pick out like what the differentiating features are on these things without going totally data sheet splunking. Wait, hold on, this is gonna dox me. We need to use old.reddit because this interface sucks. OLD. And we're a bunch of fuddy-duddies. We don't know how to get with modern times. Hey dorks, I'm doing research on VCAs for a Eurorack mixer. Why do they make why is it a new line? Mix project hoping to gather some, okay, let's zoom out so I can actually read that. What's the best sounding VCA? What are some features? Seems like most popular ICs to use are SSM 1264. We know we're not an SSM 1264 because we've got two curvy lines. We've got a curvy line and a straight line, and neither of those are SSM. So AS3360, LM, that could very easily be an L on that bottom row, 13700, and that 2180. Well, T is definitely not on the table. T and S are out. A, none of those are an A. LM13700 seems to be the one to go with because of that straight line right there. The other line possibly being a logo. So what do we have in DigiKey? In DigiKey we had NE. N could easily be that one letter right there. Hold on, let's look at this one. OPA, that's too wide. That's not our chip. There's the LM13700. AU17 DIRG. Well, we know it's not an A. NJM13600, possibly. 137, 136, and 37, possibly. And there's the NE55 again. And 13700. How do these differentiate from one another? What's the difference? It's just different manufacturer. They've all got the same slew rate. They've all got the same gain, bandwidth production. current input bias. This one's 1 microamp. That's the wide one. Although this one also supports 1 microamp from the OPA. Oh, the others are nanoamps. Voltage input offset. Nah, it's not an important thing. Well, this one gets pretty big. Current supply, current output per channel. And a variety of voltage ranges, I see. Okay, okay. So what do they say in the Reddit thread? Let's go back to there now that we've got kind of an idea of what the spread is doing. LM3700 is linear, better for CV than audio. Relatively high distortion, which many like, and relatively noisy. 2164 is exponential, low distortion. You get 4 per IC. That's not us. 3360 is inputs for exponential and linear control. I don't think that's us. Let's try it though. This would be the AS3360. 2180 is exponential with low distortion, 1 per IC. So this one's out. This one's out. It's LM3700 or the AS3360. Let's see what we have over at DigiKey. Well, I mean, or the NE5517. Why are you only scrolling in that direction? I would like to move this way. Jeez. So 3360, DigiKey, my happy place. You get used to searching around in DigiKey, and it becomes very familiar. You get to make DigiKey do the things that you need it to do. NJM 13600 Ti Nissan Hebo, and there's the NE55s. It doesn't look like any of these are 3360. 3360? Yeah, 3360. 2662, 137, 55, 13700. Yeah, my trouble, I mean, you know, I've been using, I don't use Mouser and stuff. I usually use DigiKey just because it's a little bit more of a low-level interface that functions a little faster. I know Mouser's gotten better, but their website used to be very slow. And so I find myself on DigiKey, you know, trying to solve a lot of different problems. It's just the thing. You kind of learn the interface pretty well. And I'm super happy that they have like nice pictures on everything now. They're like the McMaster of circuit stuff. But you have to order a lot in order for them to not charge you an extra $5 for the small order. So I've been finding myself going to Amazon a lot lately, just because I've got the Prime shipping, so I might as well just go there and make them package 4 little things into an envelope and send it over. But then you open yourself up to the fact that you might actually get counterfeit parts, which is what I'm a little concerned with, having being the problem that we have right now is that I swapped in an LM3700 into, oh yeah, I want this, into this M-303, and it stopped things stopped. Oh yeah, I don't need you to look up the data sheet for me. That's easy enough to find. I could just search the data sheet. I was just seeing if it came up in our results at DigiKey, because this might be a fairly more rare part that I'm not able to source. We can at least get the idea of it from this, though. Log conversion 1 and 2, band gap reference to 1.8 volts, and our V- is on pin 7, and our V+ is on pin 14. So in the grand scheme of things, unless there is V- and V+ going to pin 10 and 14, which there's not, we can't use it. Yeah, it's going through like a resistor to get to that pin, so which pins again? It was the weird ones. 7 and 4, sorry, 7 and 14. Well, we're a 16-pin device as well, unless there's another package in here. That's 7 and 14. The thing is, it can be the LM or the NE because they have the same pinout. It is what I'm getting at is that there's a common pinout for some of these. So the LM13700, which we originally thought it was, V plus and V minus, pin 6 and pin 11. For the 5.5 whatever, pin 6, pin 11. So the same pinout on both of those. So maybe there's another rearrangement of the elements of this thing that utilize those pins. There's 2 transconductance amplifiers in this thing. Are there 2? Does the circuit require 2? I guess one for the gate and the other one for the... Output is here, and then it goes over to the Darlington as well. And then it follows the path to the plus input of this non-inverting amplifier, because those are connected together. So it's non-inverting, and then its output goes do 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 do. It goes to cancel out the AC element through a polar capacitor, and then it squirts out of here and goes to this pin, which I know is... Which one does it go to? That one. This one right here. That one goes to volume, the volume control, which comes back on this pin and goes up through here, where it then goes back down to accent in, and then it goes over to the... Oh, Jesus. I mapped out where everything was on the front panel on this, so it appears as though this is the right path, right? So we know that this is our V out path from the amplifier section. It goes through that unity gain, but it comes from over here, this side of the chip. How does the one side go to the other? What are you guys saying? Hold on, let me read chat. I'd seen the M-303 use another circuit to emulate the original sound of the original VCA. Yeah, that's the thing. We have the schematic of the original TV303. Acid Labs updated that with modern parts so that they were able to still manufacture a 303 sounding thing. So they kept true to that schematic, but they used different parts. And so the TB303 used a special Roland chip that allowed you to have a transconductance amplifier. Since then, there have been a couple different chips that have come out that have been transconductance amplifiers. Some of them have a commonality between them, a pinout that is shared. It's possible that I bought the wrong one. Double the transconductance amplifier, double the fun. My concern is that there's a single transconductance amplifier in this thing, and that the double has a similar pinout, but it's not the same thing. I'm not sure. I haven't finished going through this part of the circuit. The VCA BA662A has been replaced with a new type of VCA with improved dynamic performance and less noise. The special saturation behavior of the BA662A has been recreated with an additional circuit. So I wonder if that saturation circuit is what's hanging off of the end and why there's 2 amplifiers instead of 1. I wonder what that special saturation thing is specifically. And I would be getting down to the bottom of it if I still had my copy of Fusion, which is, you know, we'll work that out. We'll figure that one out. I don't know if I already have it or not, but so, yeah. So it's between a couple parts. Now, being in the real world, there are only a couple of these transconductance amplifiers actually available to buy. So I can sit here in happy-go-lucky land talking on Reddit about what I should be doing and what would be best. And maybe I'd be able to source those parts, and it would possibly be like a $20 part. But I think it's better that I just look at what's on the DigiKey list and see what's similar. So it's like low distortion, exponential versus linear. And maybe that's what we're running into. Maybe because we're linear and not exponential, our specific triggering isn't going through properly, and maybe we need the you know, 3360 equivalent, which might be this one, the AU55. Was that what we? No, we didn't look. The NE555. Two circuit. That's going to be one. This one's two circuit. Oh, but it sources from Burr Brown. These guys are all starting to connect to each other, huh? What in the hell? What in the Sam hell? Well, our voltage, our power and grounds are on different pins here, so that settles that. First checkbox I click on DigiKey, only show me parts in stock and never show me marketplace parts that are only in stock at the manufacturer, not in DigiKey's warehouse. Yeah, there's certain check marks will get you to a good search, but we're trying to kind of hit as many bases as we can. I'm gonna close these. Wait, where did my search go? Control-Shift-T. Give me back my search. I don't know you. You're not my search. What do we forget here? Oh yeah, we need the terms. There we go. All right, now close this one. Okay, so we're not necessarily looking for one that matches exactly that part. We're looking for one that is in the circuit that Acid Labs used. We don't have any other information because nobody's really talking about this stuff. So of the parts that we found, we've got two parts over here. I feel like we're getting fairly close to to solving this, to the solution to this. Did I close that other window with the two parts open? I think I did. Darn it. So we're gonna go ahead and say it's not the LM-13700. The NE55, get a data sheet open for that. I guess I closed the window on those. All I care about is the data sheet right now. 14, no, this is V minus 6 and 11, V minus and V plus. There's a better diagram down here. That's the one we're looking for. That's the same layout. What is the response? Is it exponential? Two current controlled transconductance amplifiers, each with a different differential input push-pull output. Offers significant design performance advantages over similar devices for all types of programmable gain applications. Circuit performance is enhanced through the use of linearizing diodes. The input, which is 10 dB, blah, blah, blah. Constant impedance of the buffers on the chip allow general use. Buffers are made of Darlington transistors, etc., etc., etc. Change in VBE of buffer is constant with amplifier I bias change. God damn, I have no idea how these things work. So AU5517, we already looked at. That's just a different... The remaining numbers in the part number are usually like temperature tolerances and stuff like that. So if you're putting one in a submarine, maybe you need to have it at a slightly different... Yeah, Control-Shift-T is a life-changing hotkey. So OPA26S2 had a different pinout. 13700, we already have. NJM13600, two-circuit 16-pin. Datasheet. Pin 6 and 11 looks like, yeah, V minus and input B. Two current-controlled transconductance amplifiers, each with differential inputs and a push-pull output. Two amplifiers share common supplies, but otherwise independent. Linearizing diodes are provided at the input to reduce distortion and allow higher input levels. 10 dB signal-to-noise improvement reference, who cares? 0.5% THD. Controlled impedance buffers are provided with it. That's the same thing as all the others say. It is so hard to differentiate these from one another. Voltage is the same, dip 16, blah, 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 milliwatts. We're all within the right 5 microamps. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I can use the DigiKey tables to compare them as well. So NJM136 and NJM137 is probably the same thing. And then the other ones are the NE55. That's all we have available to us in things that are compatible. Many thanks for the content. Oh, I appreciate that. It's scope. That is what I use. It is fairly dated at this point, and it sits up on a shelf. So that shelf gives me the standoff area to properly work with everything. But the thing is that it's a webcam, so you get the webcam resolution and you get the webcam frame rate with it. Just there's a lot of weird stuff about my microscope setup, though. There's probably simpler ways to do it. Yeah, what the hell? So is the only thing that I can find. I gotta go back and read the Reddit page again and see what people are saying. Comparatively higher distortion when the linearizing diodes are used. You have to push the 13700 pretty hard to hear the distortion. Using the diode bias current basically allows you to work with higher input voltages, lower distortion, which would also lower the noise. After some research, linearizing diodes are worth the extra effort if you're using the LM13700, as they don't improve performance so much that it beats out the distortion stats of any of the all-in-one VCA chips I researched. The all-in-one ICs have very good stats. Analog devices marked 2164 as obsolete. Behringer makes the V2164, and Sound Semiconductor makes the SS12164. I don't know what any of this shit means. Okay, so moving on. If you need two VCAs, I go with the AS3360. You can get exponential or linear response. If I need more than two VCAs, do I need linear? AS3364. Do I need exponential? SS12164. The big one? Which one's the big one? I've been impressed with Eurosmith submodules that use TLO74s and SSM1264s. Hello? Page not found. Throwing out 2164 with random letters in front of it is a pretty weird flex, but it's a pretty specialized field. Yeah, nobody knows what they're actually talking about. They're just saying weird stuff to each other. AI synthesis VCA looks like it uses the SM1264. It's possible that I need to find an 1.2 or 2.1 or 121 SSM124S MNS15SFM source filmmaker. Obsolete. Son of a bitch. Well, it's not going to be the right chip because it's a bunch of VCAs. I don't think we have a bunch of VCAs in here with a VCAs hanging out and dangling all over the place. That doesn't seem right. URL not 11 months in, yeah. Dude, the super duper duper delay that we're getting today sucks. I really wish we didn't have that much delay for you guys. You guys are like a full 5 seconds behind me at least. And I'm moving fast. I'm sparkling on all the neurons right now. My neurons are sparkling. Yeah, so I don't know if this would be the right chip. Let's see, where's power coming in? Yeah, power's coming in on pin 16 and pin 9. So that's not happening. That's not the right chip at all. Oh, this is bleak. This is bleak because we can't CSI our way out of this. If we could CSI our way out of this, this would be a lot less bleak. We have the remnants, the beginnings of a part number, but the rest of this thing has been dealt with by a quite deep dremeling. And so I have no idea. It really does look like an L for LM. But the other LM that I have, let me see if I can get it out. I'll get the one that I haven't put in out. What did I do with it? What I did with it? Oh, it's all the way over here. Let's get it out. Twitch claims I'm 2 seconds behind. It seemed like a little bit more than that. I am of a mind that it is an LM-13700 and something else is going on here, because we've got a couple features between these two that are extraordinarily similar, and let me go over them with you. If you look, you can see that part of the chip has a 45-degree angle, which is a little bit more rare. It also has a divot. It's got a, what do you call those? Dimple. It's got a dimple. And the combination of both a slanted side and a dimple is relatively rare. Plus, we have this sort of weird sloping top character and a very flat bottom character, and it appears as though the fonts and the sizes and the locations are very similar. Different production run, because we've got it in a slightly offset area from the dimple. So it's not that definitive, but it is enough that I am suspecting that National Semiconductor made both of these, and it is in fact an LM-13700, which sucks, because that means that we're even more up shit's creek without a paddle, because I put a new one in. That is a new one. I put it in there, and nothing from the device. The TL-072 is going to be exactly the same functionally. We know it's a TL-072 because I didn't bother to censor that one. So we put in a new amplifier there. So that should be working perfectly fine. So the LM-13700, nothing. Could I have gotten a counterfeit chip? Do I go in and the ini bit? Yes, the belly button of the part. Do I double down and buy more? Do I buy more of these chips? They're like $7 each. If I buy them from DigiKey, I know that they're going to be genuine. Or at least that I can be much more sure that they're genuine. $1.29 each, $2 each, and then I gotta wait for a DigiKey to come in. But I also need to buy that 4016, whatever it is, for Dave's synthesizer, so we can get that switching element working again. And then if I know that they're both good chips, I can solder them into these two units, and maybe we can repair Dave's finally. Because they're exhibiting the same behavior, and that's when I replaced the LM-13700, it just went, and then died. And there was nothing from it. It didn't even go, it just died. It just didn't work anymore. Man, I'm so frustrated. This is so frustrating, because we've got, at every turn, they're trying to keep us from this. Just buy one. I'm not going to buy one, because that means I'd have to wait for the other parts to come in. And if it's only $2 a chip, I'll buy like 4. What else did you replace on Dave's? Well, we did the repair. We did the repair of those 4 parts. I don't think I replaced the op amps on Dave's. I think Dave still has those. When then we blew up the, you're teasing. See, Twitch has the Kappa emote where I know you're being sarcastic if you put a Kappa emote after it. That took me a little while to learn, but YouTube doesn't have a Kappa emote. I don't know how you guys denote sarcasm, and there's so much delay between my talking and when you guys hear me that I see the text and I'm like, So no worries, no worries. It's an emote. Kappa is an emote. It's one of the old school Twitch people being sarcastic. That's what the emote is for. Yeah, that's why people are putting that weird looking, the little smirking face after everything, is they're being sarcastic. So much has just been made clear to me. Yeah, that little shit-eating grin, that's denoting sarcasm. That took me a little bit to learn back in the Twitch Plays Pokemon games. I'm like, why does everybody put that on like every line of text? I'm so old I never keep up with emojis. No, you have to be old to keep up with that emoji now, because we've gotten in what are called W streamers, which are the new generation of kids coming in and just using emotes as whatever. They just do whatever with emotes. They don't know the conventions behind like why Kappa is on certain chats. But now you know. There's a little bit of Twitch lore for you guys in the middle of the stream. Well, at the end of the stream, I'm good. Yeah, oh yeah, I'm quitting time right here. It's like a half hour early. I'm just very frustrated. I'm gonna have to order parts, and I don't know. I should probably get both types. I should probably get the NE55, but that's also linear. That's linear as the other one. Toss in a bunch of winky faces. That's the old school way to do it. That's what you do when you're hitting the TT, whatever, hitting a number multiple times to get to a different letter. It has to be an LM for sure. Yeah, you know, It's between N and L. And between N and L, you can see that there's a little gap at the top of this one where that wouldn't be on an N. Just, I mean, like, manufacturers, don't do this. Why do you do this to us? You know, I'm here, it's 10 years after you've made your part. You've made your money off of your product. You've made it. It's been 10 years. People may still be buying them, but not in hordes. So, like, why would you do this? It is 2024, and at the latest, you guys made this in 2014, and we appreciate all the work that you put into it, but I would like to be able to repair something that my customers own. It's just very frustrating not to be able to. All right, we're backing the microscope out. I'm putting it back, putting it all back. Yeah, if it's something else that I have to replace, but I mean, definitively, we desoldered and resoldered that chip, and this stopped working. If you saw earlier in the stream, we had the M-303 running. The output wasn't as saturated as I thought it should be. We were getting plus minus 3 volts out of it, and we should probably be getting like 6 or something, but that might be okay too. So just academically, I decided to replace the part. This part is still good. I can put this one back in. It's an old way to protect the copy of product. Yeah, but I can tell you right now that scratching off the ICs will only slow us down. That's all it does. It just slows us down just a little bit. You know, if I wanted to make a competitive product, they could just take me to court if I designed something with the same ICs. And at this point, in this location, there's an additional circuit on it in order to make the saturation that the M303 has. That's their special sauce. They worked hard on that. So maybe one of the chips is a DOA. Well, it would be the LM13700. And since I've done this to multiple M303s now at this point, with this batch of LM13700s, it's possible that I got a counterfeit part. TTY was good because you could text while driving. You can text while driving. You can just text while driving. And remember that you are the only thing in the shop that heals. So if something's going wrong, throw yourself into the machine because you heal. You'll heal. It's the work piece that will never heal, and that profit will never be able to be, you know, reinstigated. You'll never be able to get that money back from the industrial accident. So you heal. You're very soft and you heal. So try to cushion things with your body in a shop. Just pot the whole module. They might as well have at this point. But potting sometimes doesn't even work too, because you could just hit it with an X-ray. You go. There's a vet over there that I could go to and be like, hey, can you guys like X-ray the circuit board for me? And they'll be like, what? Ha, weird. Cool, I'll do that. Like, it'll break up their day a little bit. But yeah. Yeah, you could scrape off potting, or you could just straight up X-ray it. We used to have a 3D X-ray microscope. That was a unit that was this big lead line thing, and you had to walk to a different building to use it, and then you throw a potted circuit board in there and close the big thick door and walk all the way back to your desk, where you could then remotely control a 3D view inside of the circuit board, the potted circuit board. So you could be like, oh, there's the circuit board, there's the IC, and it was a microscope, so you could then say, oh, that's where the bonding wires are, and there's the die. And I kid you not, one time I identified an IC by the die, because on old data sheets, they would show you the die. I had to scour some really old data sheets to figure it out. But, I mean, we've got people like Applied Science out there. You can definitely X-ray things nowadays. Yeah, that's the problem, is it makes stuff harder to fix. And I know, like, okay, they want you to send it back to them to fix, but for how long? They're not going to do that forever, right? And so this is a 10-year-old synthesizer module. They're not responding to emails anymore. They've all moved on with their lives. Let us repair stuff. Let us see what those ICs are. Because by now I would have had it completely refurbished, and we would know either to look somewhere else for the problem, or, you know, that I got sold a bad batch of chips. My chips have spoiled. So I'm going to have to order LM13700s. I'm going to have to order these NE55s, these alternative ones that probably work in exactly the same way. They just have slightly different voltage properties. I may have to look up the alternative non-linear one, and I have to order the Schottky, not Schottky, the Schmidt trigger. No, the digital switch, the multiplexer chip. So I got 4 chips to order now. So I think that can justify a DigiKey trip if they've got all the chips. My hot take is everything should be repairable by you, the consumer. I wish things were like that still. Because like 1982, the TB303 came out, and you got a full schematic with your manual. And so if something broke on the road, you could go to a Radio Shack. And Radio Shack still had electronic components back then. As long as it wasn't a Roland-specific chip, you could still fix your shit on the road. Now, hell, I think you should even get the schematics. Yeah, well, I'm working on reverse engineering the schematics for myself, but unfortunately, that's the day and age that we're in. And also, nowadays, everything is so ASIC-based and compact and either digital or, you know, stuff like that. You're not going to get that anymore. When Radio Shack still existed. We had one nearby here, right near the DuckDuckGo office for a long time. It stuck it out for a long time, but eventually it had to succumb to the destruction of Radio Shack, the executive destruction of what was once a pretty nice little store. All right. Anyway, on that high note, that totally happy high note, I'm done for the day. I'm out of here. You guys can check me out on Blue Sky or on Discord. And I'm sorry that all this stuff is not in YouTube. If I had the thing that could come up on YouTube, I maybe need to figure out plugging Nightbot into YouTube. But if you're on Twitch, here are the links. And if you're on YouTube, maybe you can write that down really fast. I don't know. But you can jump over to the YouTube channel that has all these links in it. Blue Sky is an alternative to Twitter. And the reason that I'm so gung-ho about Blue Sky, I was late to the game at Twitter. Right now, what's going on is a lot of the electronics gurus of Twitter, including me, although I wasn't one of them, maybe I'm one of them now on Blue Sky, we've all moved over to Blue Sky, and there is a chain link that you can click on. You can click on the chain wax. That's not how that phrase goes. Is that a phrase? You can click, if you look at my posts, there will be one that will lead you to a thing that you can go to click to follow over 100 of these electronics gurus, and I'm on that list. So there's so much better engagement for electronic stuff, and it's so much better focused right now before the enshittification. That's where it is. Blue Sky is exactly like Twitter, but before the enshittification of it. So it's a wonderful little resource to discover people who are into electronics, to discover people who are and there's a lot of furry art on there, so you got to be a little careful. What happened was Blue Sky was created, and people kind of trickled over, and the artists trickled over, and so there's a lot of furry art, and it's taken everybody else like one more straw to kind of get pushed over to it. So the whole area had already been saturated with the furry art. I'm here for the furry art. Well, more power to you, because there's a lot on there, so there's plenty to find. It's just for some reason the algorithm seemed to think that I was into like inflation fetish stuff for a little bit. And I was like, I don't know what I did to teach you this algorithm, but I would like to unteach you this. You can go in there and you can tell it, I do not like that. No, I don't like that. Twitter, actually, my Twitter account sort of withstood that for a long time. And mine still actually has an okay algorithm. It's just that with all the electronic stuff moving over, it's just shit posting content. So the algorithm knows us so well. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Not yet. I haven't been on there for long enough. No, I'm not. No, listen, don't get the wrong impression. Yeah, that's one of those ones that just don't. Anyway, I don't want to leave you guys with that as a question in your brains. But I'm going to be back tomorrow. We're going to take something apart, which is not something that we've done in a while here. I haven't found something cheap that we could take apart that would have kind of like cool, surprising stuff about it. No, I'm not, no. We're not talking about that anymore. I found something cool, it's cheap, able to take apart, and I want to kind of like work with it a little bit. And so we can do that tomorrow. We'll have a good time. It'll be a nice relaxing time. And in the meantime, in the background, I'm going to order all that stuff. And just for the wonderment of you being able to click on a thing, there is the social links that I am currently participating in. And I will catch you guys later. And just don't Google things.